Oh, come on. What the hell's the problem? Why is this taking so long? Okay. Yep, audio's working. Hey, critters. Let's see. You want to be on live chat? Oh, can't make it any smaller, huh? Hello, Pygar. Day UK, Splotchy 67, Ronald DHS, Matt 1K, Paul Steele, 3D RCNC, Woozius, cool. Do it! Mark Gibson, Grittermorphix, and David Katz. Hello, Francis. And SPC 3D. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. Oh boy, is this going to be fun. I need a different way of mounting that. Use this. Where's the clip? Of course, I don't know what I do with the clip. How typical. Of course, I have a million little tripods and I don't know where one is. OBS is giving me a hard time. I got this camera working, but it doesn't work in this perspective, and I don't know why. It works in this screen, and it works in this screen, but it doesn't work in this screen, and I don't know why. I think I have too many cameras running on the computer. I actually have to plug them in a certain specific order to make them work. If I actually have to label them, because if I plug them in the wrong order, it don't work. Ooh. Almost made a mess. Hello, Jari, and hello, Shadunk. Let's see. Can I change this? No, I can't. Oh, yeah, I can a little bit. Yeah. VR is going good. Absolutely, Francis. I was dead serious on that threat. Thank you, Paul. As you can see, I fixed the down view, so it's nice and even now without being cropped. So I did that by putting a pole on the TV right there with the camera in the middle. I also got this little critter here. That gives us this view, which means I can give you that nice close-up view, except I can't make it full screen for some reason. I wonder if I create a new scene. Will it let me add it then? No, it's not. I have a hidden scene somewhere. Let's just call scene 2. Let's add video capture. It's going to be black for just a second. And it still won't let me add the camera. I don't get it. I don't understand why it won't let me see it. Like, it sees it here. It's right there. You know, so I know the camera works. Why is the stream black? There it goes. Well, I'm learning cameras don't like plugging into USB hubs. I got to figure out how to make that work. I think I got to finally dig out my desktop and switch back to my desktop. I have too limited number. I only have 5 USB ports on this laptop, and I'm using all 5. I need 6. Where sometimes it won't work, camera won't work in a particular view. Like this camera should be working right here. Let me bring up another camera source just so you guys see something. See, that one works. So why can't I see this? Oh, oh, it's working now. I'm not going to curse it. It is working. We're going to be happy with that. That is working. We are just going to leave it alone. Looks like when I added an additional screen, the previous additional screen started working. So basically I need a sacrificial screen here. And then this one started working. Don't ask me why. I don't have a clue. Probably because of how many cameras I have. It's got to be that. Yeah, it's something to do with USB ports. So basically just add an additional scene, and then the next scene starts working. I don't know why. See, this one here is still not working. But that's okay. I kind of just rebuilt it. Let's put the selfie one down at the bottom here since it's not working. What the? Oh, this one's the one that's working. Okay. Push this one up here. There we go. So now we have... Yeah, kind of what it is. It's weird. OBS is a little weird sometimes. So now this is the primary camera. Or I can make this the primary camera. And that one doesn't work. That one is the low quality camera built into the laptop. And this is making the screen the primary camera. Okay. And I don't ever need this to be the primary because I can always just do this. I love this little mobile cam. This is nice. I got this off that review site that we shall not name. But this little mobile camera here. This little pedestal-based camera. This thing is awesome. Is it also switching the mic? It shouldn't be. All right, let's check that. So this should be using microphone plug and play. Yes. Subject camera should also be using microphone plug and play. Monitor should be using microphone plug and play. They all appear to be using the same microphone. Now, can I delete these without causing me problems? Still working? Still working? Still working? Let's just get rid of the laptop camera since it's a horrible view. Okay, yeah, I deleted them and now they're still working, so we're appear to be good. Oh, nope. That one's gotta go like that. There we go. Well, that's nice and straight. Eventually, I'm going to stick the microphone up there as well to clear off more desk space. Because I don't need the microphone down here. It's good enough that I can stick it up there. And this will be our... Oh, that's I forgot that had a light on it. So that will be our close-up view as we build the printer. Good. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Well, up there. So there's my down camera. And I'm gonna zip tie the mic right to that boom. I'm kind of miffed that the box got so messed up in shipping because this is one of the few boxes I intend to keep. So I will probably do what I think Chuck did. Cut this panel out and keep this panel. The other side's destroyed by the labels. I got to figure out how to get this camera over here so it's not looking at the side of my head the whole time. I wonder if I can just move it there. What am I under? I'm under a bunch of stuff there. I don't have one of my little tripods handy. What I think I need to do is to have this over here like this. Ooh, it's not very well lit. It works, but... Oh, it's not so bad when I pull away. And now, at least, when I'm looking at the screen, I'm kind of looking into the camera. Tend to be more over here. Actually, it looks like something caught onto it. It's kind of weird. I need to secure that. I know how to do that. I think I have... Yes, I do. I got the materials right here. I need this and one of these. Hello, Mattis. It just got muffed up a little bit in shipping. I can do that. Okay. So what we're going to do here, let's do some surgery on this camera. Yeah, that'll work. Eventually, what I'll do is I'll print a little adapter to stick right in there. But for now, we're just going to slap a magnet on it. Because I'd like it to be up a little bit. You know, 6 inches off the table would be about right. Well, what sucks is that, and a lot of people are poo-pooing this, and I don't know why. It's driving me crazy. I think it's that a couple of disgruntled people, legitimately disgruntled, have a bad taste in their mouth from the CR6 SE Kickstarter. But this is what Kickstarter is made for. Oh, this has a magnet on it. Because this camera just snicked to this magnet. Or there's a metal plate in here. That's probably what it is. Well, the problem is, we really wanted to hit the $5 million goal. Because Naomi convinced Creality to put up for a $5 million goal. And if it hits that $5 million goal, it's full open source, OSHWA certified. It's like, fuck, that would be awesome. There we go. Now that's held on nice and tight by a magnet to the table, which means I can move it back. I can adjust it and tweak it. What is it at now? It is currently at 1.3 million. 1,991 backers. And having this thing fully certified would have been freaking awesome. Not now. Too much negative news. Too many Karens. What are you gonna do? Awesome. I wish I could afford to back this. Having 2 of these would be amazing. But I can't be greedy. I am thrilled to have one. Yeah, my laptop's definitely working. You can hear those fans going. What are we at here? Wow. Well, you can always get more Ender 3 Pros. They're relatively cheap. So having a belt printer, worth it. I need to raise that up somehow. How can I raise that up? I mean, I could use a box, but I guess that would help a little bit. Except now it doesn't attach. It's not about the printer being open source. I mean, of course it's relatively open source, so to speak. What would make it special is if it was Open Source Hardware Association certified. Because then you would have everything. You'd have blueprints, schematics. I mean, you could literally download the certification file and rebuild this printer. You wouldn't have to guess at anything. Yeah, iFactory 1, I saw that. Actually, I think 3D Printing Noob did a stream of both. Well, of course. Yeah, this is what you call a niche printer. It's very niche. It's designed for a very specific use case scenario. There we go. That's a little better. It is actually very compact. No. You could not easily do a one-piece rocket. And that's because, well, first of all, rocket has fins. So at least one fin is going to push the rocket away from the print bed. And the second problem is that what's a Suda SA01? Now I'm curious. Ah, stop moving. Hello, Thomas Mueller. I don't know. I have no idea what's in here. I assume that would have come in a separate box, so I'm assuming no. Wow. Let's see. Oh, it's a car. Nice. From a new company called Henon. Very cool. Yeah, this is the least beat up side. This is the side that has the least amount of damage. No, nothing penetrated, so the what's inside should be fine. It's just it just looks big. I don't know how well a 1.2 millimeter nozzle will work because of the 45-degree angle. So that'll be interesting to play with. I would like to go to at least like a 0.6, maybe a 0.8. You know, get that compromise between resolution. A compromise between resolution and strength. So I would like to go with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. And now the bell did not work to... Oh, it didn't let you know that my stream was live. Yeah, that's YouTube. Nothing that can be done about that. Yeah, pieces of the box. Yeah, I wish I could have justified, buy one. Because it'd be great to have one at 0.4 millimeter, one at 0.8 millimeter. We just started at just after 11 o'clock, quarter after 11 roughly. 20 after 11. No stream last week. I was just busy. And it didn't help that I didn't wake up until like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That did not help one little bit. Yeah, that little bit of exercise really comes in handy. Hello, TK. We just started 25 minutes ago, so you're not late. Yeah, they probably won't ship until March. Any thoughts on new touchscreen firmware that rewrite M600? I don't know what that means. I know M600 is a G-code command, a Marlin command, but I don't know what that means relative to a touchscreen. Yeah, that I do wish they could have made it a little bit bigger. You know, more white knight sized. Hey, the maker. Okay, pause. Well, I think I finally figured out which printer I'm going to use my Zesty on. I think this printer is going to get the Zesty. Well, this is her pet project. This has been, you know, a big deal for her. She's been really trying to push Creality to make this. You know, she's been kind of the well, literally, she's been the project head for this project from start to finish. Making a kit to make this bigger would be pretty hard to do. That would be a little difficult. Looks like Taz works for. Oh, that's good. I don't understand why people think that Kickstarter is inappropriate for this printer when this is exactly what Kickstarter was designed for. Kickstarter was designed for high risk projects. It's a high risk project. That's exactly what it was made for. Is that one this one? No. Yes, it is. So I can get a little bit more light in here. So my cats love knocking over my stuff. Eh, that's a personal opinion. I'm not going to argue with it on here. It's not the place for it. Oh, the little tricycle, yeah, the one piece she wore. Yeah, well, if you got it, use it, man. Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I'm not going to discuss that on my live streams. To me, talking about that Tobin is like talking about politics, and I'm just not going to do it. Cool. So the color screen printers have trouble with doing filament changes? I finally got my sister to go through the entire process of dealing with the heater. Yeah, the separate CPU on the color screen. Um, I had to make sure that she could go out to the container, get a 40-pound bag of pellets, and actually manage to bring it in. And I had to make sure she knows, because every 3 days you've got to turn the heater off. You got to clear out the ash because it fills up the burn chamber. And I had to make sure she could do that. Um, I had to make sure that she could handle all aspects of operating this heater, because if I'm ever not here, she needs to be able to, you know, keep it going in order to keep heat in the house, because that's the primary heat source for the house. And so far, so good. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, you know, there's little carts, you know, multi-level cart wheels on the bottom. I'm gonna set one up outside so that she can, all she has to do is pick the bag up and put it on top of the cart, roll the cart to the steps, and at the top of the steps there'll be another cart. So all she has to do is get the bag up the steps and onto the second cart, and she can roll it all the way to the printer. That's interesting that the TFT didn't just transfer the commands to the base processor anyway. Huh. No, that's just a box for a PC case. No, my brother stole the PC. That was inside of that case was a a dual 3.6 gigahertz Xenon processor setup. Older, but high end as far as quality. And I think I had 900 bucks into that PC, and he stole it. Yeah. Well, what can you do? As I unpack the bus, I found more and more stuff that I know I put in there that aren't there. So he's got all my Pelican case. I even just saw my $200 custom orange JBL Bluetooth speaker. Well, my other brother has it. We're working on him sending it to me, and I'm gonna trade him another speaker for it because my brother Matt tried to sell him my speaker that he stole from my house. Test the Creality Wi-Fi box. Yeah, I guess it would work with this. But yeah, he got all my laptops. Remember those rugged laptops I was building? The B3000 laptops, the two of them that I built right before I left to come here? Yeah, he got both of those too. What are you gonna do? He got my custom alpha shovels. He got all my Pelican boxes. What are you gonna do? Thank you, Maker 3D. He overcharged you for the welding and stripping the bus. Oh yeah. Well, the stealing stopped once I put the locks on the bus. I should have done that day one. Then he broke into my car. Then he broke into my pickup truck, and oh, he's telling everybody that I destroyed his life. He's telling everybody that I destroyed his life because he has 2 pending felony charges and a warrant for his arrest out. It's like, wait a minute. You stole the stuff, not me. Oh, that's something else we're going to be working on too. Where is that? Oh, it's in the crate. I have a new plug and play drop in board for the Ender 3 that I'm going to be doing in a couple weeks. Yeah, people like that, their brains are dysfunctional. They just can't comprehend that their own failings are their own fault. You know, it's what are you gonna do? I just wish he didn't take so much. So much I can never replace. Just I mean, just so much value and stuff that I could use and can't be replaced. Oh no, there's no love. Oh, he burned that bridge with napalm, and then he finished it off with a cherry nuclear topper. All right, there's no love there. Hey, Chris, yeah, it's awesome because now I never have to get a haircut ever again. 80 critters, 80 victims. God, I wish he didn't get the rugged laptops, man. I put so much work into those machines. And now that the surplus has passed for them, I can't get any more cheaply. There's a period of time when new rugged machines come out. There's a small window where the market gets flooded with all the surplus machines, and that's the window you need to buy them in because that's when they're super cheap. Once that window passes, the price begins to go up because now they're harder to get. What are you gonna do? Kitties are doing good. Let's see. We have Ender sitting up there in the cat tree. And then we have Noel here in the little cat bed. And this is all my review crap I got to do this weekend. Got a couple of RC cars to play with. Now this I haven't even opened most of this. This is stuff in the they tore down the my little backdrop, so I gotta secure that better. They ripped it right down from behind. So I got a big pile of stuff here I gotta review this weekend. Oh yeah, they're been waiting for this box. Like, new box, get it. Yeah, well, he definitely knew the most valuable stuff to steal, so. I think he even stole some of my pots and pans. I had a couple of I have this big 12-inch multi-pan kind of deal. Great. It's a wonderful, wonderful pan. And I liked it so much. It was a $180 pan, and it was selling for like $22 on eBay. Somebody was just clearing them out. And I bought 2 extras, and I could not find them. And these are boxes as big as this. So he probably got those too. He got my Bose Quiet Comfort Bluetooth headphones. They're gone. He took my my Sennheisers 650s. You know how expensive they are. Yeah, they're gone. At some point, he got into my car. My guess is that well, he was stealing money from the store, and what I couldn't figure out is he was stealing money from the safe. And I was like, how the hell is he doing that? I mean, how is he getting into the safe? Well, it turns out he was coming into the room when I was asleep, getting my car keys, and then he was going out to the car and getting the safe keys so he could open the safe and get envelopes of money out of the safe. I thought the other employees were fucking up and not putting the tax money in the safe because we put away the tax money every day. And my dad had tax problems, and I was like, I am not fucking with the tax guy. And so he was getting my keys while I was asleep, going out to the car, getting the safe keys because I figured they'd be safe locking up in the car. And my guess is he's stealing other stuff too while he's out there. So, like this. I actually got it back. He tried to sell it to my brother Logan. And so this is a OBD2 reader. Actually 3D printed a TPU cover for it. But this, at the time, this was like 160 bucks. Because this is a real-time OBD2 link. It's a high-speed data channel. So this could actually transfer the data rate at a fast enough rate that I could actually get live data out of my electric car. And in order to use the Leaf software, the community Leaf software that was available, you needed a high-speed data rate. So I paid the extra money to get this one. This was in my glove box. So that means he was in my car at some point. Hope you got your dad's taxes paid out. It wasn't optional. They took everything from me to do it. The tax man always gets his shit. There's no way around that. Yeah. Well, the problem is I didn't suspect him. I really didn't think he would do that. So I didn't pay attention well enough. So who knows how long it was going on before, you know. you figure out something's going on. You know how I confirmed it was him? We were cleaning out the room down the basement, and I had a cigar box box, like a flat, like a cigar box kind of deal, and big. Oh yeah, all of his debts are paid off. That's why I was penniless. I that's why I had to work 3 full-time jobs and pay out everything. When I sold the house, all the final debts got paid from my house. I had to sell my house to pay for his debts. Selling my house was supposed to help us reset somewhere else. Instead, I had to pay out, everything from selling the house to pay off his debts. But, what are you going to do? But I had a little cigar box full of little nano rockets. So Quest at one time made these little rocket engines called Micromax rocket engines. They're about this big, and they're 6 millimeters in diameter. Little itty bitty rocket motors. So I had a whole bunch of little itty bitty rockets to fly on those motors. Well, there was some money in that box. Coins. We're probably talking 80, 90 cents, maybe $1.20. There's a couple of quarters, dimes, nickels, pennies. I went up, we were done for the night. I went upstairs, took a load of trash with me. And I went back down the basement about an hour later, and all the little rockets were on the ground, destroyed. Like, what the fuck? No, there's no import tax in the US. But you're in the UK, so you probably will be charged an import tax. Well, if the company is in the UK, there's no import tax because you're not importing it. The import taxes were paid when that company bought the stock to stock in the UK. But because this product is coming from outside the UK, there's an import duty to pay. And, a lot of European countries have that issue. But the last part of your statement is your explanation. Every other company in the UK. Well, the problem is Creality's not in the UK. And I went back downstairs, and the box was broken in half on the ground, and the rockets were scattered all over the ground, destroyed, smashed. He had destroyed the entire box of rockets to get to the little bit of change that was in the box. It couldn't have been more than $1. But he wanted the money. I mean, I gave him so much. I gave them pretty much anything they wanted out of the house. Anything we found that I didn't need that they wanted, I let them have it. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And then I paid them every day. I paid them $50 every day they came over and helped. Or $40, something like that, $40 or $50. And that wasn't enough for him. He wanted everything. What are you going to do? Eat people. That's my solution. Eat people. Only bad people. And this thing is heavy. When I tell you this box is heavy, I mean this box is heavy. Yeah, I finally got some fatty Sharpies so I can block out all that stuff. Ooh, that's a hard one. If what you need to print can fit within the build volume of an Ender 3 Max, I'd probably go with the Ender 3 Max just because it's substantially cheaper. But the Ender 5 Plus is damn nice. It comes down to build volume. If what you want to print fits on an Ender 3 Max, then buy 2 Ender 3 Maxes. If you need the build volume, nice. you're gonna like the H. The monochrome screen is nice. It's so fast. If what you want to print does not fit within the Ender 3 and you have to have the build volume of the Ender 5, well then the decision is made for you. You get the Ender 5. I can bring this up so you can see what's inside here. Our little sample spool, toolkit, opto sensors, power cord, spool holder, support brace. Where's the second one? PTFE, bolts and hardware. Oh, too late now. Okay. And that's not going to let me get that. At least not easily. Oh, that bolt came right out. I don't know where that came from. I need to figure out where that came from. I love that it uses a full-size SD card. Thank you for that. Boy, why is that so bright? Oh, I feel another piece in here. Whoa! It was coming out whether it wanted to or not. There's the other piece. And that's all empty. There we go. All right, kiddies, you got a box now. Yeah. Let us switch to this view. And best to put this down here like this. I think. Okay. Hey, Dragos. Yeah, bottom would have worked because I could have slid the whole box right off from the bottom. You could have, if I'd have done it from the bottom, you'd have been able to lift the entire box off the entire foam stack and then just unpack it. So yeah, definitely do it from the bottom. What are these are for? Wire management. Let's get this all sorted. This looks like a piece of extra PTFE. This is all my bolts and hardware. This is all the tools. I don't need the power cord. My power cord feels kind of flimsy. Like it's a cheaper power cord. Maybe, maybe not. What was that? So that is an optical end stop. That looks like just an extension harness. And it says Y-axis. So that's some sort of extension harness for the Y-axis. We don't need the filament spool right now. These are our... This is part of what makes the printer awesome too, is that it's a triangle. The triangle structure. Once you put this together, this printer is going to be one of the most rigid printers Creality has ever made. I mean, second only... actually, the only thing... Well, I think it's even more rigid than the Ender 5. Because the triangle should be stiffer than a square. Hey, we got stickers! So this is a common thing now. Awesome. I like stickers. I think we have too much light. I gotta dim that down. There we go. That's a little better. Not so harsh. Okay. Oh yeah, much better. So now we have cool stickers. When they wake up, they'll play with the boxes. And it's a true Core XY. Some zip ties. Nice wrench. Our finger pricker. Because this thing loves nailing you. Alrighty. Our standard set of tools that we've come to expect and love. Where is my little tray? Keep a tray handy. Holding on to little parts because we got to figure out where that goes. My favorite pair of nippers. Your audio has gone blurry. What does that even mean? How does audio go blurry? Pretty good, JG. Oh, a feeler gauge. Make sure YouTube didn't make sure YouTube didn't drop you down to like 240p. Out of those printers, I would probably go with the 5 Plus. Who cares about the silent board? I really don't care about it. Well, for a large portion of our... There's a hiss. You might actually be hearing the cooling fan that turned on my battery box here. Let me move the microphone away from the cooling fan. So I move the microphone a little further away. Otherwise, refresh the channel. The handles always like to slide off on these, but I love these. They open up nice. Oh, these don't open up as wide. Oh, interesting. So they've changed. This is slightly different than normal. What's the LD006? About half of my viewer base, English is a second language, not a first language, so there can be translation issues. Theoretically, I have 150 pair of them. God knows where they all are. Since pretty much every printer comes with a pair. Okay. Looks like we got everything. Ooh, a big mono printer. Oh, I want a big mono printer badly. All I know is that the extent of my alternative language options is about 3 sentences in German, and that's about it. So I applaud anybody who could speak more than one language because that's amazing. Oh, it looks like it uses the 10 millimeter compression fittings on both ends, which is nice. Looks like we got 2 extra nozzles, but it looks like they're both 0.4s. And it is a standard nozzle, so I should be able to slap a 0.8 on here without much problems. Here's our M6 nuts. M5/8s. M512s. M518s. M512 crowns. And then these are the big boys. So this is probably what's going to hold the frame together. Not enough. Yeah, I'm always looking for them. I literally have more pairs of nippers than most people would ever think exist. And yet I'm always looking for a pair. Always. Okay. So the first thing is to install flat round M512s. That would be 8. 12, that would be these. Okay. It's amazing. You can have 100 of something and you can never freaking find it. And it's because it's sitting in a crate somewhere. A little bit of plastic porn on the sly here, on the side where people might not notice it. Except the diehards. You wackos will notice it anywhere. Mine's a 2016, and the mileage is very dependent upon conditions, especially out here, because obviously colder, you get less. Turn the heat on, you get less. Hook a trailer up to it, you get less. But I average about 70 or 80 miles to a charge, and that's with 2 capacity bars gone after 40,000 miles. New, I was getting about 110. But I should be able to reliably go 75, 80 miles if it's not too cold and if I'm not towing the trailer. In the cold, knock 10 miles off of that. Was it good for me? I'm used to it by now. That's it. It's like, meh. Okay. Put that on there. Get this up here. So we can bring this over here. Okay. Hey, that's a good view. You guys get the multi-angle view now. Eventually, I think I need to slide that camera down here a little more. But right now, I'm using the antenna pole in the back as a 2-point attachment to hold it steady. I'm gonna 3D print a mount that'll go on top there. How big is it? Let's find out. The profile of the printer looks like it is 43 centimeters wide, but then you're going to have the screen sticking out. You're probably looking at 55, 56 centimeters in width. And then length, I'm guessing on the missing extrusion in the back, but you're looking at approximately 70 centimeters deep. So figure on a 60 by 70 workspace minimum. Now I happen to know that this goes over here, and And this one goes over here. I would love to get a Chevy Bolt because you can get them pretty damn cheap. The used ones can go for as low as $15,000, $16,000, but I don't have that kind of money. And I can't afford a $250 car payment, $300 car payment. I just don't have it. But yeah, the Bolt is what I need because it's got the bigger battery and it's got a proper TMS system. Well, just TMS. I have about 150 printers. They're all packed in pieces in the Connex containers. I wonder if I'll ever actually get them all assembled before I'm not here anymore. I guess it depends on how much of the shop I get going. I wish I could monetize or sell them somehow. I could use the money, but there's no practical way to sell them. Looks like I do not have the roller. Oh, the instant power is addictive. It drains the battery fast, but man, is it addictive. Once you've driven an electric car, you won't go back. There's no reason to go back once you have an electric car. It's like people talk about, it's like, nah, I don't want to hear it. Until you drive it, I don't want to hear it. Because once you drive it, your entire position changes. Even though I hate Chevy. Well, the problem is, when I say it's not worth my while to sell them, it's about how much money I'll get on each printer. I'll be looking at $40 or $50 per printer, and getting rid of all my printers is just not worth the 3 or 4 grand I might make, because it'll take me the next 2 or 3 years to make that money. It's just not worth it. If I can make $100, $150 off of each printer, yeah, I'd go for it. But by the time you add $100 in shipping and the depreciation for it being used, you're not making that. If I could sell them locally, maybe. Well, it's not such a low price. Well, let me give you an example. Take now, of course, the printers I want to keep are worth more, obviously. I'm not going to get rid of an Ender 3. I'm not going to get rid of a CR-10. I'm not going to get rid of a Chiron. I'm not going to get rid of a belt printer, and I'm not going to get rid of an Ender 5. Those printers are worth significant value to me. I would never give them up. So let's say a longer 3D LK4 Pro. I don't know. LK4 is worth what? $220 new. Okay. So used is 1/2. So that means the printer has a max value of about 120 to 150 bucks. It's going to cost me $100 to ship it. So now the maximum I can make off of that printer is 20 to 40 bucks. It's just not worth it. 235-mile range EV is worth it in the UK. Your country is tiny. All right, so you don't have a problem with range. You just charge it at home, and you've already got the 220 volts coming out of your outlets. It's a no-brainer. Now, the only problem you have in the UK is that you're tiny. All right, so that same problem that means you don't have a problem with range means you have a problem with land ownership. Most people don't own a whole lot of space because space is at a very large premium in the UK, unless you live out in the country. So can you have two cars, three cars is the question, because you're going to have two cars. When you have to drive for more miles in a day than your battery can do, you need a gas car. And a lot of people can't have two cars, especially if they're renting. So that becomes your problem is can you have a second car and do you have a way of plugging it in? If you do, then it's very viable. But it depends on your individual circumstances. I don't want to tighten these up all the way because they might have to tweak a little bit when we start attaching the other part. This should be as simple as this. There we go. Yeah, see, if you can't park where you can charge, well, that's a problem. And if you're renting, that's a problem. But that's the same problem here in the US. That doesn't change. You know, that's the same everywhere. Shit happens. As far as I know, this is her project. She's the project head for this. She spearheaded this entire print mill operation. And she made sure to bring in all the people who started all of this, who got this going. And they were involved in the project. NAC 3D was involved. The guy from... Wait a minute, this is wrong. This goes on the outside, I believe. This probably should go on the outside, too. How, though? I can't put it on the outside. How the hell does that work? How the hell does that work? I mean, obviously it has to work, but... This, I would imagine, should go on the other side. Seriously? Don't mess with me. Yeah, but why would... Come on. All that shit. But I can't imagine this going on the inside. I mean, why would this be on the inside? I'm missing something here. See, this is going to come to here. That's going to plug in like that. This is going to bolt onto here. So I can push this over here for now. Why would this be on the inside where it can snag? Okay, this goes to the extruder. Maybe it does. Okay. This is going to go to the Y. And this is going to go to the filament runout. Okay, maybe it does. Okay, maybe it does go that way. That seems a little strange to me, but it does work. Okay. We shall leave it. Okay. So we have 2 of these left. He actually helped in development of this. Or was it Matt Steele? Is that his name? He helped with development of this. Knack 3D was involved with this. Naomi got all the right people involved. So I'll give her credit for that. All right, M518. M518. M512. And M545. I need these 3. Bill Steele. Thank you. $21 is these. They are going to go through here. I've been hiding. Come on, there it goes. Okay. Where is my nice big wrench? Oh man, it's gone. Is this the right size? Nope, too big. My nice little wrench is gone. I don't know what I do with it. A nice little key handle. Come on, stop messing with me. Jesus. Too much shit. Weather here's good. A little cold this week. We're definitely sub-zero the whole week. Here's something crazy I had to grab just because I had to see what it was all about. That is a $98 pencil sharpener. I don't know why it's $98, but kind of stupid, but you know, it is. Why? They locking down again? Okay. Next up is the bottom here. The pellet stove is working fantastically. $20. Now you see, something I'd like to see them eventually do. Like it says here, you know, screw 21 is the M545 times 2. Well, how about putting a big sticker on here that says 21? So big little sticker right there that says 21. So I know 21 is 21. I mean, good that you have the sizes listed. I can verify it's the right part. But it would be nice to have the number on there. Okay, so now we need 20, which is the button heads. We're going to need at least 6 of those. 8 of them, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Leaves 2 left over. And this is probably the big one. Nope, next size down. This one. That makes sense because everybody's going to ignore protocol and procedure during the holidays. And so I figure lock them all down and let them get over their new infections before they spread it to the rest of the country. Well, now that the vaccine's here, it shouldn't be a problem. In 9 months or so, this will all be over. Until the next one. Maybe next time we'll actually use our brains and just wear masks and avoid all this problem to begin with. We'll see how much brain matter people have by then. How much our government's willing to politicize it. You are one of the shielded. What's that mean? The problem is we can't sit our ass home for 6 weeks. Our nation is not built on that. I mean, 40% of the country would starve if you told them to stay home for 6 weeks. So we literally can't do that. I can. I could sit my ass home and do nothing for 6 weeks. I have a year's worth of food in this house. How many people do? All right, what does this one get? 20. This one gets a 21, which is these. Really? Nope. 20. That gets these. Do I really believe what? You got to be specific, Anthony. What do you think I believe? You can make your own mask, Station 240. You don't need N95s. Yeah, new strains will keep popping up. Do I really believe what, Anthony Stike? You asked an open-ended question without telling me what you're trying to ask. Largely, yeah. I think it'll mostly be over. One way or another. It'll either be over because we fixed it, or over because the entire planet said, fuck you, we're done. One way or another. I say 6 to 9 months. Depends on how fast we can make the vaccine and distribute it. And assuming there's no problems with the vaccine. Well, if the general population is not getting vaccines until summer, we could be looking at a 12-month wait. I hope not. Well, the problem is there's a lot of people for whom they don't have a choice. For example, even Michelle and I are being extra careful. Assuming we actually did have it in January, I don't want to risk it again because we have comorbidities that make it particularly lethal to us. So I would really prefer not to get it twice. The only thing is, I disagree with our frontline workers getting the vaccine first. I think they should be some of the last to get the vaccine because we kind of need them. And if there's any problem with the vaccine, I'd rather it not be hitting our frontline workers. I say we give all the politicians the vaccine first. This way, if something happens, well, we didn't lose anything. I have no idea. Seriously, give the politicians the vaccine first. If it works, great. We give it to the hospital workers. If it doesn't work, we didn't lose anything. So what? I say we start with Pelosi and Schumer. Let them have it first. I think that was the storyline of I Am Legend. Wasn't it the vaccine that made everybody into the zombies or something like that? I don't remember. Further proof of the efficacy of masks. Germany mandated masks and actually achieved high compliance. And 20 days later, the maturation period for data for the virus, they had a 45% drop in cases. But of course, people are going to dismiss that. Okay. Spool holder next. That should be the hammer nuts. Where's the hammer nuts? There they are. So, once we discovered that the masks are the ticket, we've been using masks as well. The problem is, masks don't work unless you have high compliance. If you don't achieve 95% compliance, 90% compliance, it's about as good as not wearing a mask. Where's the M6s? That's it. Oh, it is M5. M5 by 8, which is these. Exactly. That's the way masks work. Even an N95 mask is basically ineffective at first party protection unless you wear it correctly and you have the proper protocol and procedure around wearing it, which most people don't. And if even, 2 or 3 out of 10 people aren't wearing a mask, you're wasting your time. Well, I don't think too many people don't believe in the virus. I think it's been politicized too much, and too many people think it's all political ploy. It's real, just not as bad as they say it is. And it's hard to get past that. Well, I've discovered that cooking at home is not much cheaper than eating out. Oh, this is the wrong way. Okay. Depending on what you eat, of course. But yeah, even eating at home has gotten very expensive. Okay, these must be for this. Yeah, that's what those are for. Okay. Oh, very nice. Ooh, I like the wire management. I like the wire management a lot. I would have done it a little differently, but it works. Good. It's nice to be able to contribute, isn't it? Nope. Still haven't found where that first screw went. It had to come from somewhere. Hey, if you work in a shop and you want to know how to really fuck with your buddy, wait until he takes something apart. Then take one extra bolt and stick it in his pile of bolts. Then watch him pull his hair out trying to figure out where that bolt went. I like being evil. Yeah, I'll give you close up in a minute. Because this camera can actually do macro shots, which is freaking awesome. So let's see if they fix that problem that Chuck found, where the screws were too long. Yep, they're still too long. Oh, actually, that tightened up. Chaotic good. Or chaotic neutral. Yeah, they're a little bit loose. So I'll have to put some spacers in there later on. But that's good enough for now. Oh, really? Well, order a new power supply off of Amazon, get him a Meanwhile power supply, and then have them send you a new lead screw. Yeah, just throw a washer in there. I actually have a whole thing of washers coming in, so. Okay, so now I'm looking around. Here's the belt connection. That was a little loose. We're going to tighten it up. So, do I see any holes missing a screw? So far, no. I do not see anything missing anything. This will be where the other hammer nuts go. And that is 18, which is the M5/8s. See, that's weird. M5/8 is the correct size. So they must have made this metal thinner. Oh, Jesus. Well, it had to come from somewhere, but I can't figure out where yet. You guys like the down view plus the close view? Is that working for you? Having the multiple views. I always get that backwards when I try to use my fingers on that. Yeah, they're sleeping. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at his head sticking out there. That is so adorable. He made a dash for the door again the other day. He actually went out into the lawn this time. I've got to figure out a way to stop him from doing that. I mean, it's not about, keeping the cat locked away inside. It's, this is not a cat-friendly environment. We have predators all over. There's no food, there's no water, and there's multiple predators that will eat a cat for a snack. I've got to figure out some way of keeping them from making a dash for that door. He's so curious about it, and it's going to kill him. Yeah, that's the problem. They made this bracket with thinner material, and that thinner material, so now you have a space issue with the 8mm bolts going through. Okay. I'm very lucky. I consider myself very fortunate because I could not afford one. Okay. So I should be able to mate this with this. I would like one more tie down right here. One more tie down would have been nice right there. One more wire management hookup. That would have really neatened that up nicely. Oh shit, the tube is pulled all the way out. Well, that's going to be interesting trying to tighten up that hot end. Fun, fun, fun. The wheels are a good tightness. I don't have to mess with those. That one's a little tight. Okay. Now, where's the flow sensor go? There it goes over here. It already has one installed. That is there. Okay. This goes to this. Okay. Where is the X? There it is. That works fine. It'll touch there. And I still do not see any missing screws. I honestly do not know where this goes. It has to go somewhere. It's in the box. But I don't know where. Yeah, some parts of this I'm not a big fan of. That's a real tight fit. That needs to be run differently, in my opinion. I do not like how they have that run. It's not long enough to run that way, but it might run here. Yeah, that is not optimal, but that does kind of work. You son of a bitch. Not in a bag. This is in a box, which implies that it was in the printer and it came out. All right, that's a little better. Still not super impressed. I don't like that. All right, everything seems tight. Although, now I have to figure out how to put this in. And how does the shroud come off? Where's my flashlight? Oh, man. I don't know what to do with my flashlight. There it is. Oh, okay, so 3 bolts, 4 bolts. Because I got to remove all that to properly install this. The PTFE tube is not inserted into the hot end. And as you guys know, if that is not correctly inserted, you're going to have problems. Satisfied with camera view. Let me move the chat where I can read it. Yeah, drone shots. Why did you do that? Ouch. What kind of batteries? Is this belt new? Drone shots, did you have a question? I don't know. I think SolidWorks can do that. And I think Fusion 360 might be able to do that. I'm not entirely sure though. Yeah, I can tell you how to get SolidWorks for $32 a year. Are you interested? SolidWorks made a deal to make SolidWorks available to EAA members, Experimental Aircraft Association members, for free. You just have to be a member of the EAA. Well, if you sign up for their 5-year membership, it's $159, which is $31.80 a year, and then you get SolidWorks for free. I think I'm going to sign up for the EAA just so I can get SolidWorks to play with. Plus, you get to support the EAA, which is awesome. Putting together, very easy. It's basically already assembled. You can see what we're doing here. We're doing very little. You could buy rechargeable 123s. So consider getting rechargeables. It's right on their website. You can download it right from their website. Hang on, I saved the bookmark for it. I mean, you don't get any support or anything, but hey, who cares? It's SolidWorks for free. And kudos to SolidWorks for doing that, too. Well, let's hope that works. That's not the way I normally like to put the hot end together, but I can't think of another way right now. Craftware, huh? And I heard Idea Maker is they're adding belt support to their Idea Maker slicer. That's going to be awesome. So they are using a channeled 30mm fan. Actually, here I can demonstrate the cool things I can do with this. So the nice thing about this camera is we can get close and personal. I can bring you all the way in here. So you can see here we have a 30mm fan inside here with a channel around it. And that is 3D printed? No, that's molded. Nice. And then you have the two 40-40-10 blowers, custom blowers, surrounding the hot end. It's also, everything's also grounded. That's also nice to see. You could tell a hobbyist like Naomi had her fingers in this because the manufacturer wouldn't care about that. Here's my chat. The shiny screen on the printer, I like a matte finish better myself. The only thing I don't like is that they mounted the can you guys see that? Is that they mounted the X-axis switch here, and I would have preferred this switch be mounted on here, because I might actually end up doing that somehow. See if I can move this, because I want to put a direct drive here. I want to connect my Zesty Nimble to this. It should come on the SD card. Yeah, you get a magazine. You get to support a great organization. This camera, I mean, let me get you a link. Hang on. This camera really is amazing. Come on. It's under the photography list on my page, and here's a direct link. And it's not even expensive. It's also got a ring light built into it. Sure, I guess. You want the first print, Timothy? You can have it. I don't use retractable leads. I use fixed length because you got to keep them from crawling under trees and decks and stuff like that. But I had to order a new harness for Ender. He outgrew his harness. He is too big for it. So once that harness comes in, I plan to take him outside for walks, and I'm hoping that'll be enough to satisfy his curiosity. Orbiter, nice. Okay. Alright, filament sensors plugged in. Wiring is routed. This wiring management is fantastic. This wiring management, not so much. Not horrible, just not what I would prefer. Okay. There we go. All right. I think it's ready. Let us check our voltage switch. Needs to switch. 115. Now, what's with all these extras that I have? Okay, that's for leveling. Oh, I almost forgot to put the sock back on. Okay. Well, that's when my cats did it first. They'd peek outside, something would scare them, they'd run back in. Or they'd go to the bottom of the steps, something would scare them, they'd run back in. But each time they go outside, they get a little more ballsy. And the problem is he avoids me because he knows I'm trying to get him. Yeah, they just lie on the ground. You got to let them get used to it. Do not leave them unattended in that state. There have been cats who have made themselves bleed because the owner put a harness on them. The cat flopped onto the ground, and then the owner left and went to work. And the cat stayed there the whole day, holding his pee in because he wasn't in the litter box. Yeah, so make sure you're attending the cat until he gets used to it. And my cats don't have that big a reaction, but they do have a similar kind of reaction. They get used to it. So now Ender's gotten to the point where he doesn't even pretend. He just makes a beeline for the door and runs straight out into the grass. And the problem is, if he runs away from me, I can't catch him. I mean, I can't. I mean, if he wants to get away from me, there's nothing I can do to stop him. So. Yeah, they don't like stuff touching their back. Okay. Okay, that's for that. Well, cats will adjust to it. Once they some don't, but most will adapt, and eventually they'll stop having that response when something touches them. All right, I think we're good. Okay. Memory card. Do we got 120 people in here? Nice. Happy victims. Never! Okay. SD card. Ooh, that was left on. Alrighty, let's switch over to here. Well, first, let's get this printer into the overhead view so you guys can see. Okay. So you guys can see that. Now let's switch over to monitor view. Always does this. Windows Explorer has stopped working and then it restarts Windows Explorer. No idea why. Something in the background is conflicting. So contents of the SD card. See, software, Windows, Creality belt. Install. Oh man, what I would give to have an Inspire. Oh. Creality direct drive. Creality has their own direct drive conversion. Okay, models. So here is 3G codes. Let's just copy. Wow, these G codes are huge. About once a month, I nuke my desktop and just copy everything into a folder. Very slow SD card. Send me a link to that, Cobus. I didn't know they had a direct drive conversion kit. Okay, that's just an assembly video. Oh, I did not see that. Did that show that in the directions? Well, I have a fundamental principle moral issue with the 107 certification being required for non-commercial flying. It bothers me a lot. And I have a problem with registration. Which is why I fly a Mavic Mini. How has the King Rune been doing? I haven't used the King Rune in a while, just no time. Okay, so that goes there. Oh, they do go there. M512 times 2. I almost missed that. M512 times 2. Send me a link to that, Cobus. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, so it's not a Creality thing, it's a third party. What is this screwing into? What's that holding? It's not long enough to go anywhere. Oh, it is. There is something it goes into. Oh. Wasn't that interesting? Okay. Okay, that all looks good. Now somebody's probably going to want this, so let me copy this. Well, I'm not copying that whole thing, but they're definitely going to want the belt mill. So let's give them a copy of that. Copy. So if you guys want to play with the Creality belt mill software, it's in my 3D printing folder in my Google Drive. Let us okay. There it is. Now, if I understand what I need to do, I need to go to Tinkercad. Eventually, yeah. Not cove molding, crown molding. Yeah, maybe. How dare them make a hexagon? How dare them? There we go. And now, Control D. No, I don't want to do that. So I need to, let's make that 0.6. So I'll take this and this, join it, take this, make it a cut, and join it to these two. And now I have my 45-degree support base to print a Marvin. Marvin belt. And I can optimize this later. They're both great. What Leonard French is doing is awesome, and Locking Picking Lawyer is just awesome to watch. Okay. We now have what I know will be a belt compatible Marvin. Although the only thing I didn't think of, when you do a raft, how do you do a raft? I gotta remember how to do that. Is it a 0.1 millimeter separation? Is 0.1 millimeters the separation for a raft? Because I want the Marvin to be able to break away from this. And actually, that's a good idea to put a hole in it so I can make it usable if I want. I want to do that. Five by five. That's a great idea. So now we have a little mounting hole. Okay. Export Marvin belt. What did I miss? A little secret for you guys. They're probably not still watching at this point. I can duplicate Elderwood's hex box with nothing but that. No other design work is necessary. I can duplicate their trademark application with just that one polygon. Oh, man. Okay. Well, the orientation's wrong. How do you rotate? Right there? How about I just make it right in the slice in the thing? So the gap needs to be bigger than 0.1 millimeters. Let's just try it and see what happens. Because I do like the idea of the hole being in it, so I can make multiple, so I can mount it to the wall or something like that. That's kind of cute. There we go. Now we have the correct orientation. That should be all we have to do. We shouldn't have to do anything else. Let's see. Layer height 0.2. Infill. We're going to make the infill 20%. We don't need support. We're going to try 3 copies. How do I get to an advanced view? $300's fine. We don't need a raft. Just belt wall. We'll leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. We'll leave that alone. Yes. Second parts fan, 80%. I've never used Creality, or Cura, so this is all new to me. No, that's printing fine. See? This is going to be the head going this way. You don't have to duplicate it. You can actually tell it how many times you want to print it. Remember, okay, this is very important to remember this. When you print on a printer, you're printing like this, and you're printing the part up like this. While on the belt printer, you're printing like this. So this orientation is straight up and down relative to the printer. See, you're printing like this. You're not printing like this. You're printing like this. But now you're doing it this way. So you're printing like this. Oh, did it? Hello? Properties. It says I'm on the right camera. Testing, testing. Nope, we're on the right microphone. So you're printing not like this. You're printing like this. Okay? So this is your natural up. I just checked it. It was probably just because I moved it for the mic's in the same spot. Probably because I sat back and now I'm further away from the microphone. That's probably what did it. Okay, Creality belt settings are acceptable. .2 layer height. Shells. Wall line count 3. There we go. Top layer is 5. That's fine. Bottom layer is 3. That's fine. Outer before inner. Yes. No. Fill gaps between walls. I think I know what that means. I'm going to leave it alone. Z-seam, leave it alone. Hide seam is fine. I want grid for infill. Infill line distance? What the hell does that mean? Distance between the printed infill lines. I want 20%. I don't care what the distance is. Whatever 20% equals. Right. We're going to print at 210. 8 millimeters looks fine. That looks fine. 40 millimeters a second, that seems fine to me. That seems fine to me. We don't want to support. We shouldn't need that. That should be enough. Prepare. Oh, he loves that thing. He just sleeps in there. Save to removable drive. Well, I certainly don't want you saving it with that name, because that name is bullshit. If you're going to add crap to my prints, do it at the end. Okay. Now, let's see what these other ones look like. Can I bring a G code into Cura to look at it? Looks like I can. Let's show you guys what that looks like. Takes a long time. Jesus. Takes a whole long time. Yeah, it's a very old version. 3.6, I believe. I'm looking forward to Idea Maker adding belt support. It should not be louder. That is really weird, because it is definitely using the, unless it's listening to two different mics. Testing, testing. No, it's getting the right mic. Here's the close-up camera. Anything change? I just muted it just in case it's causing a problem. No, Simplify 3D, as far as I know, can't do this. At least not easily. I mean, theoretically, it's 3 axes. So theoretically, there is a way I should be able to slice something in Simplify 3D. But I don't know how to actually go about doing that. Man, this is taking a long time. How about we cancel this? I copy those files to the desktop. And then we can putz with them while the printer's working. Eject. Hit me up to play with a new sliver for that thing. Slicer, you mean? What do you mean? What do you got? Oh, I also love that it has a USB-C connection. That's awesome. What is p.jpg? I assume you're seeing something on my desktop. Oh, cool. Let's see. Next to your license. Up here. Oh, yeah, this is great. I love this. There you go. It's one of my favorite graphics to show anti-maskers. This is the difference between first-party protection and third-party protection. Yeah, but you can't see nothing. You can't read any of that, so it doesn't matter. Alrighty, let's switch back to this view for now. And now let's get this loading while we're waiting. So now that can load while we're putzing with this. I don't know. The default speed is 40 millimeters per second, which is where I'm going to leave it. But I bet you we can be tuned for faster, especially if you slap a bigger nozzle on this bad boy. Okay. Motion. Auto home. Ooh, it's quiet. Is this thing already adjusted? It's a little hard to eyeball this one. That looks a little loose to me. Yeah, that feels a little loose to me. Now, if I remember right, this is how you adjust it. I thought there was a way to lock this. How do you lock it? I thought there was a way to lock it. The bottom one is adjusting, though, not locking. That feels good. That feels okay. We'll give that a shot. Oh, you have to go to attach card. Print from card. Marvin Belt. And thank you, Creality. Thank you, Naomi, probably, for adding the confirmation screen when you select a file. Yes, it's one more step, but you know you selected the right file. Yes, I did adjust this. I had to tweak them both until they locked in place. And now I can bring you guys all the way in here like that. How's that? Oh, it's actually too heavy. I gotta put some weight on there. I'm not sure about a lithophane. That'd be an interesting idea. A panoramic lithophane. Interesting idea. I might have to try that. Yes, you have no bed movement. So while you do still have the mass of the kinematics, your movement mass is fixed. And this has a light on the end of it. So it'll actually light up what we're looking at. Actually, I just realized a better view is going to be looking through here. And this one lets me get close. I don't think this has a light on the hot end. Does it? I doubt it. I guess it would help if I loaded some filament. I guess that would be slightly helpful, wouldn't it? That's a white light. There we go. Already did. We already set it for 115. And that's right on the front right there. You see that right there? So that's right there, left of the C. Oh, it's got a built-in prime line. That's cool. Now look at that view. Yeah. That's the kind of view we want. And it's got good autofocus. Let's switch to a bigger spot view for now. Oh, yeah. Oh, I may have nailed the bed level. It's pretty darn quiet. Even the fans aren't that loud. Good job on this so far. And we have something sticking up out of a hair. I got rid of it. I think we are too bright. So I'm going to lower down the camera. There we go. Oh, that's the hole. Okay. I don't know. I have no idea what revision this is. I will try to find out, though. Now, one thing they should have done is this bar here should have been oval shaped, because that would make the belt self-centering. Right now, you got to finely tweak the ends to center this belt. Had they made this oval shaped, meaning had it thicker here and get thinner as it moves out to the ends, this would be self-centering. This is very smooth. I thought I remembered a rougher finish on the ones I've seen already. You can see the texture in here. You can see the texture. So this looks like a finer texture belt than the ones I see other people using. I didn't have to do anything. This is 40 millimeters per second. Now, travel speed is going to be a lot faster. You don't have to go so slow for travel speed. It was counterintuitive to me until I saw it operate, and then it made perfect sense. So actually, I can draw while we're doing this. So imagine you have, I need bigger paper. That's not big enough. It might be big enough. So imagine you have a, we're going to cut away a belt. So you have a belt, okay? And then that belt is sitting on a roller that is curved, okay? So you have this curve, and then you have your belt sitting on top of the curve. What happens if the belt goes this way? Well, if the belt goes this way, this portion touching this curve here is going to get tighter. And this portion here is going to get looser. Now, because this is tighter and this is looser, there's going to be more friction here than here. And the belt is going to want to go this way. And the same thing happens if the belt drifts that way. Friction here will be tighter, friction here will be looser, and the belt will tend to want to go back the other way. It's literally self-centering. If you open up a high-quality vacuum cleaner, you'll notice that you have your brush thing in the middle here. You know, this is your brush for your vacuum cleaner. And then your shaft comes out, and it's just a curved wheel. And the belt just sits right on top of it. Just like that. With no guards on the side to hold it. Because the pulley is curved. So anytime the belt attempts to move off of center, the force dynamics change, and it will push the belt back to center. That actually Luke Hatfield suggested that, and said that put a tape here, and then a smaller piece of tape, and a smaller piece of tape, and a smaller piece of tape to create that slight taper, and that would be self-centering. That's exactly what Luke Hatfield suggested, using tape. Correct. But that'll stop those prints you see from people where the print has shifting this way because the belt's moving. Once I saw it in operation, it made perfect sense. The physics just works. Taper. Hey, that's sticking down pretty good. Yeah, that plastic is reacting to the light coming out of the camera. Definitely. So I think this filament is UV reactive, and you're seeing a slight bit of UV coming out of the camera. It's being amplified. Oh yeah. Look at that filament glow. So that's definitely a UV reactive filament. Or at least it fluoresces. The maximum speed is probably a lot higher than you'd actually want to go. As far as what it's capable of doing with quality, I don't know. You're seeing 40 millimeters per second right now. Whether we can do 60, 70, or 80, I don't know. With tuning, I suspect we can. So you can see this is the little object that I created so that we can print the Marvin at 45 degrees, which means we're now printing the Marvin in the same orientation as the head. Come on, autofocus, do your thing. Can I control that autofocus? Let's see. Properties. Let's see. I don't think I can control the autofocus with this one. Oh, I'm on the wrong camera. There we go. Let's tune down the exposure a little bit. There we go. Much better. How's that? I love this camera. I love this camera a lot. I hope another one pops up on that review site because I'll get it. So far, it looks okay. Yeah, focus, you fuck. My Mark 1 eyeball does a much better job. Yeah. I love AVE. He's great. This is the little camera that I got off Amazon. It is a wonderful camera. Come on. Hang on, I'm getting you a link. And not that expensive either. $126. And it's a decent high quality camera, built-in light. It's got a limited FOV, so it's not that freaking ultra wide angle crap. And it's got a 10 centimeter focal distance. So this thing can do macro shots. And it's got a Sony sensor inside. Really impressive. Yes, 1080p, Sony sensor. And I believe it has some focus controls on board, and for locking in focus. I just posted it. And it's also got a built-in ring light as well. And of course, it sits on top of a base. So you can see that here. So it's got that articulating neck, and then the camera sits here. There are controls on the back of the camera for adjusting the brightness, focus, and turning light on and off. Really nice camera. And I appreciate the affiliate revenue. That's the bulk of my income. What is this? I don't want Google Translate. I think later on, if I have the money, I might buy another one of these. But right now, I just can't justify that. That all comes down to slicer tuning and machine tuning. Because I've seen prints come off of even the beta versions of these machines that look absolutely spectacular. So that is always... I put a 0.1 millimeter gap between the Marvin and the platform. So hopefully the platform will act like a raft. I'm hoping. Thank you, DeWitt. Here's the camera. So it's got that, it's a CMOS sensor, but that's all right. It's got that 8 megapixel Sony sensor. Yeah, this multi-camera angle is nice. I like this. Used Jungle Search? I never heard of it. I so far the negative reviews I've seen are for people who downloaded the software. I didn't even know there was software to go with the camera. It's a plug and play camera on my end. So I would advise not using the software. All I did was plug it in and it just works. This is going to, if you go to the Kickstarter, it's about $700. And if you wait until next spring to buy it at retail, it's going to be about $1,000. Drone Shots asked how much the CR-30 is going to be. If you consider that just the BOM for NAC 3D's design is $1,500 to $1,600, although that's very nice hardware, don't mind you. Otherwise, the only other version of this available for retail is the black belt printer, and it's $14,000. Needless to say, we ain't buying that. Hey, I don't care if it came late, at least I got it. Yeah, NAC's printer is a work of art. NAC 3D's printer is literally, Carl's printer is a work of art. Well, one of the ways that they got the price down so much is this. This belt is an off-the-shelf part. That's the reason this printer is the size it is, because this belt is an off-the-shelf part. And buying another one's like $43. Yes, the iFactory, I've seen that. Maybe they'll see this video and they'll send me one. That's okay. I got a belt printer. I'm happy. I am super happy to have a belt printer. Heck yeah, got me a belt! Orbiter extruder. So are we talking about this? There's always going to be sour grapes. So this is the one that's on AliExpress? I have no idea how effective this might be. I don't know enough about this kind of thing. My first big print is probably going to be a vase mode I-beam just to see how it works. Really? It's much louder. I wonder why the volume's changing. That is weird. Let me try muting all other sources. How's that? That's that one there. Okay. And spot. All right, now the only audio that's enabled should be that. Well, of course, it's all at 45 degrees. That's the way this printer is set up. I don't know. We're going to find out. I have seen prints come off of this that look fantastic to me, but that's just pictures on the internet. And I've also seen prints come off this printer that look horrible. The layer lines are just gross. So I imagine that has very little to do with the printer and everything to do with your ability to mechanically tune and straighten the kinematics and your ability to slice. No, you can print the vase in any orientation you want. The reason for printing the Marvin at 45 degrees is so that I don't have to do anything special with support. If I were to print the Marvin flat to the build plate, it might not work. I'm not sure on that. It might work. Now, of course, everything about this printer is new. So even people who are good with the slicer are going to have to kind of start over again and learn how to optimize their settings for this. It also doesn't help that we're using a very old version of Cura. But I can say this, so far it's looking pretty good. But I'm not looking up close yet, so. Now keep in mind, this printer is not going to have any 45-degree layer lines because I tilted the print at 45 degrees. Sure, send them to me. Send them by email. Yes, exactly. Infinite Z vase mode printing. Hell yes. Also, cranking out rocket parts. This is going to be amazing for that. I need 30 centering rings. I queue up 30 centering rings and just tell the damn thing to go. That's going to be awesome. Well, rocket parts. I also have an idea. I think I can print my fin in the 45Z mode. Okay, so the one file is a benchy, and they're doing basically the same thing I did. They put it at a 45-degree angle. Now, how do I get rid of this G code? Do I just load something else? As you can see, I am very much a novice with Cura. So where are my MRS nose cones? My MRS fins. MRS fin. Why is it ghosted? You said Control Z? That just deletes. MRS fin. Why is it ghosted? Edit. No, I think it's still in a preview mode. Solid view. No. Yeah, I think we're still in a preview mode. New project. Yeah, but why is it yellow instead of blue? Maybe that's normal. Now, I think this is going to be my best orientation. Wait a minute. No, I got to rotate it the other way around. And I think that will print in vase mode. Now, where's my flow rate? I don't think it'll need it. I'm hoping it doesn't need it. Because I want it to come off the bed done. So spiralize outer contour. Where is flow rate? Flow. So let's do 150%. Oh, layer view. Yeah, that looks right. That looks right. I wish. I want to build a printer that uses a 2.85 millimeter nos or filament just because I want to print a 2 millimeter extrusion. So I did have one. I had a Lulzbot, and I sold that printer. That helped pay for my move out here. Okay. Why can't I go... How do you go back? In Simplified 3D, I just click back. How do I go back to get to my regular view? Although I guess I can leave it in this view. I guess it doesn't matter. Now, the only thing I might need is I might need a support disc. Is that this one here? Nope. Where is my support disc? There it is. Yeah, how do I get back to the yellow? I guess I have to go to solid view. Okay. Now, how do I move something in here? Move. Oh, you have to do it that way. Oh, that is really weird. Now, how do I scale? Scale. I do not want uniform scaling. And this should be 0.2. So there's a little support disc to make sure the fin stays put. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Hell yeah, send me a picture of that. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I even changed that. Oh, it broke free. You got to see that live. So I need to bring the offset down a little bit. Stop. Stop. Well, I can say the print quality looks fantastic. Where are my little needle nose pliers? I don't have them here. I'm here. Okay. Now, how do I adjust this again? I need to make it tighter. Motion. Home Y. Yes. Move X. 10 millimeters. So I need to make this tighter. Okay. How do we do this? Okay. Okay, that feels tighter. And that might actually be too tight. That is too tight. Too loose. Okay. Yeah, it popped off. My offset was a little too far, but that should be good now. Thank you, Knack. I appreciate that. Yes, I'm back on Twitter. I finally caved into the Nazi scum that run Twitter. Cat treadmill. So, first of all, the print quality looks fantastic. Not great, but for a Cura slice, not bad. You can see that little stripe there. That's the leftover filament. But you can definitely see there's potential there. Now, there's going to be some decimation from me bringing it into Tinkercad. Yeah, Cura takes a lot of tweaking to get it right. You can see there's slight layer discrepancies. That's probably tweaking Cura. Oh, wait, tiny bit of warping right there, just a tiny bit. Yeah, really not bad considering. I've seen a lot worse, put it that way. I've seen a whole lot worse. And I've seen quality prints come out of this, so I know it's capable of quality prints. Ah, negative offset, good. Because that'll allow you to bring it a little closer. As far as I know it feels nice and tight. And I don't notice any drifting so far. Oh my God, those antler pictures look amazing. Holy crap, that is cool. That is fantastic. Okay, now the only problem is I cannot... Hey, where'd your message go? Oh, that came by Facebook. Okay. So back to Twitter. The only problem is I cannot access Twitter from the PC. Let's see, but I can download it. Yes. And then I can transfer it from my phone. Twitter requires to send me a code over text message to log into Twitter on my PC, but whatever system they're using to send the code does not work. I never get it on my phone, so I can't log in on the PC. The only problem is the fans are going for the bottom layer. I wish the slicer was smart enough to be able to turn the fan off of that bottom layer. You can't request over email. I tried. Yes, the phone number is correct. It was working. At one point, I was getting those text messages, but now I don't get them anymore. How do you turn the fan off at lower layers? Undercooling. cooling. Here we go. It says regular fan speed at height. I'm assuming that's what it is. But the problem is, I think it considers the first couple of lines to be at height and everything else to be above that height. I don't have an option for initial. That's probably something I have to enable. I know you have to turn settings on and off in Cura. Configure setting visibility. Okay. Initial fan speed for cooling. Okay. It is set for 0%. But I don't think that's working the way we think it should be. Because I think that is only for this little portion of the print. And then when it's doing this portion, even though that portion is touching the bed, it considers that above 1.2 millimeters and it turns the fan on. So it's the problem is this whole bottom is the first layer. And that whole bottom needs to be hot when it attaches. Well, again, I'll do it. I'll do it at layer, but it's only doing it for the first couple of lines because, well, these are layers as far as the slicer is concerned, even though they're also touching it. Like I said, I'm going to change it because you've already used this. How do I find that? I guess a fan. And then look for cooling. Yes. Regular fan speed at layer instead of height. Okay. It says regular fan speed at layer 7. So just make it like 100. You know, however many layers this bottom is. There's actually 5 thumbs downs. Those are people who hate Naomi. Hey! The raft worked. It popped right off. Cool! Okay, so... this is 20 millimeters, so that would be 100. So just leave it off for the entire little prism bottom. So set it for 100. That'll work on this print, but it won't work on other prints. Okay, and it works fine for you? So then it was just my offset that was wrong. Okay. No, if he's not doing it for 100, then I'm not going to do it for 100. Yeah, bridging's all about cooling. Exactly. The offset was a little too high. So I brought it a little closer so it shouldn't break free this time. Are these your ducks? Did you design these? Nice. So set the cooling fan speed to 80. Okay. 80 for both or 60 for both, or what's your typical setup? Because the cooling looks perfectly fine. There's no butt droop. There's no overhang issues. Nothing. That looks great. I do have options to control it. I have second fan print speed. I have it's currently set for 50%. Under the Creality belt option, let me show you. There is an option here for enable secondary print fan and secondary print fan speed. So I assume that this is controlling the second fan. I don't know. Because I also have the normal print fan right there. Oh, so that doesn't work. Okay. So it's just both fans turning on. Okay. So I want to turn, if that's not working, I want to turn it off. So let me turn off secondary print fan and secondary print fan speed. This way I don't even see them. Like I said, Creality and Naomi did it right. They sent Bill Steele one of these printers. They sent Knack one of these printers. And, these guys are what we have for experts at this stuff. So, Creality wanted to send me a printer, one of these belt printers, the early betas, when they were first making them. And I told them no. I was like, no. Don't send it to me. I was like, it's worthless to send me a beta version of this printer. Don't do that. I was like, you send this to Carl. You send this to... I told them to send them the black belt, but I didn't think they would. But I was like, you find people who are already making these, and you send it to them. And they did. Well, Naomi probably did. That's right. I can adjust that here. Tune. Fan speed. I guess we'll do 77. Close enough. And that adjusts both? Yes. And I told him, I was like, I saw that. A line of them. Oh, yeah. I told him, I was like, you don't send me one of these. You send, him one of these, because he's going to be the person that's going to be useful to send this to. Nice. I'll install that tonight. Do you have to plug into USB to install, or can you put it on the SD card? Nice. I'm glad they finally got that figured out. Oh, that's right, because this is a 32-bit processor, doesn't it? Does this have that vase mode problem that the CR6SE has? The stuttering when you're going too fast in vase mode? Good. Hopefully they can figure that out. By turning off the every layer power resume save, I was able to increase my speed to like 50 millimeters per second, which is great. Oh no, that doesn't matter. This is just the prime line. This is just the prime line that it prints when it first starts. Send it to me. Your profile is probably better than whatever they got. Although, hopefully, they're smart enough and they're using your profile. I wish there was a way I could make Simplify 3D do this. I know how to tweak that. I can't. It still works better. We're probably not going to see a version 5. I think the company's in trouble. But, I don't know. Hopefully Idea Maker gets their belt version going. They're supposed to add belt support. In Simplify 3D, probably not. If they can't even get their basic updates going, there's no chance in hell they're ever going to have belt support. So I would not take that bet, Knack, because I think you're right. Because at least Idea Maker is being updated. I agree, but how long is it going to take me to learn the ins and outs of Cura? You know, I guess we'll find out because I'm going to be messing with this a lot. But remember, this is a 45-degree print bed, not a vertical print bed. Yeah, we built the belt printer, and now we're printing a Marvin. Well, they didn't screw all their customers. But, oh, now that would be awesome. Oh my God, that'd be awesome. Simplify doesn't import settings from a G-code file. Simplify imports settings from a G-code file that came from Simplify 3D. Because Simplify 3D actually puts all of its settings as a remark line at the beginning of every G-code it spits out. So it's actually putting a copy of your profile in the G-code file. That's how Simplify 3D is able to extract a profile from G-code. I mean, for me, see, that's what I'm wondering, because this is technically just a 3-axis printer. So there should be a way for me to make it work. In theory. I don't know. Hello, Freya. How are you doing today? Let me know when the nightmares begin. Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah, it's a commented out section at the beginning of the G-code file. Here, I'll show you. Energet. So if you open a G-code file, all this stuff here is not part of the G-code. See how it's got the little comment out semicolon right there? Okay? This is your profile. So all this, there's your G-code. Your G-code starts right here. So all of this at the beginning is your Simplify 3D profile. See? Generated by Simplify 3D version 4.1.2. Okay, so then maybe it can get it. It's interesting. I didn't know Cura did that. I don't know why the audio is boosting. It's not... I don't think it's different on my end. Let me check. Oh, it is different. The slider volume is... No, it's not. It's down here. It's the same. Mic aux. Mic aux. Yeah, it's all the same. I don't know why the volume changes. The microphone's not moving. No, this is the microphone right here. Maybe it'll help if I bring it closer. That could be it too. I'm just talking louder. No, it's not. It's using this mic. It's not using this mic. See how there's no spike when I tap it? And then when I do this, see? So I'm not, that it might be an OBS thing. I've disabled all other audio sources. So OBS must be doing something weird, or maybe I'm just talking louder. I don't know. Maybe it's because when I go to the screen, I'm looking at the screen, and so my mouth is projecting more towards the mic. I like that. Yeah, dude, your cooling is rock solid, man. I mean, look at those overhangs, and they're perfect. Look how absolutely straight those little wings are coming off of the Look at those little wings coming out. No curling at all. So you really nailed it as far as the cooling goes. Actually, I think it's better without the light. And there's the typical little drag gaps that Cura always generates that I hate so much. See all those little drag gaps on the layers right below the body where the top of the leg is? Well, all I can speak to is results. I'm running the fans at 77%, and those overhangs are freaking perfect. Who's DPT? Was that design prototype test? I don't have coasting enabled, but I always this is one of the reasons I don't like Cura, is I can never figure out how to get rid of these damn things here. See these little lines in the print? That is not the printer. That's Cura. Well, and his brain's on backwards. I did not attempt to adjust the Z-seam. I left the profile basically stock. Get that a little better centered. Z-step calibration? Okay. That's for the belt, right? The belt is a Z. This does not need hairspray. It shouldn't. It's got a pretty heavy texture. Yeah, it's not looking bad. It's not a great Marvin, but it's not a bad one. Yeah, I was just gonna take a Sharpie and mark the belt and then tell it to move 100 and see how far it moves. Would that work as well? I don't know. It's a Cura thing because when I slice in Cura, I get those marks. When I slice in Simplify 3D, I don't. Now, I there has to be a way of tuning it out. I just don't know how to. Better results with the print? Okay, I'll do a print. 100 by 10 by 5. And retraction doesn't cause that. At least not normally. Now, the Bowden tube was not inserted on this, so there's no guarantee that I assembled it without a gap. So there could be, that could be an issue. Yes, I know that one. I actually just printed out the little washer for my Chiron. So yeah, I just did that. Oh, it got twisted when I pulled the cord. I need to come up with a better way of mounting this camera. Yeah, no kidding, right? The advancements just in, well, the technology hasn't advanced very much, but the precision and quality control have advanced tremendously. I mean, I didn't have to adjust hardly anything. The only thing we had to do was to restart the print because my offset was a little too low. I mean, this is incredible. Yeah, actually, I do have a roll of Capricorn right there. But I'm thinking about putting my Zesty Nimble on here and making this direct drive. Because I can make this direct drive without having to move the stepper motor all the way to it. I'll just mount the stepper motor right here at the top and have the Zesty Nimble go right down to the hot end. That's what I'm thinking about doing. Because this is a perfect candidate for that. What the hell does that mean? I usually add a 0.1 or 0.2 millimeter offset to holes I design. Unless I'm threading in the plastic, then I put them exactly the right size. Oh, Posh Love Direct It created the best porn. I don't even know how to parse that. Diameter and radius are just factors of the same thing. 8 millimeter diameter equals a 4 millimeter radius. There's not really a difference. You're just measuring the full span or the half span. Oh, no. Diameter, I'm sorry. Yeah. So if I need a 4 millimeter hole, I'll usually make it 4.1. Maybe 4.2, depends. I'll do a test print. But if your printer's tuned properly, you should be pretty close. I should. This is a pretty small build volume in that regard. You know, I gave me a longer one for the Ender 5, which needs a much longer drive shaft. So it should be the right size for this. Mm. Yeah, if you want to send me your profile for this thing, hell yeah, dude. Because I know nothing about Cura. Yes, this is a Bowden. So this is your feeder with the stepper motor. This is your Bowden tube, and this is your hot end. Well, the problem is the orbiter defeats the point of the Zesty Nimble. The point of the Zesty Nimble is that I can go direct drive without adding the mass of a stepper motor to the hot end. The Zesty Nimble allows me to keep most of the mass separate from the hot end. That's kind of the point. Although I wonder if the mass on the hot end would matter with this printer. It's so well built. It can't be 140 grams because the stepper motor weighs more than a... Oh, and that comes with the stepper motor, doesn't it? Yeah, but what does this weigh? 50 grams? It's nothing wrong with his eyes. It's because of the way it's printing. You just don't normally get to see it. But yeah, that overhang is not the greatest. What's a DD? Oh, direct drive? 140 grams complete. Cool, okay. Bondtech DDX. Nope. Yep. Is that their new micro one? Oh no, that would be a slick combo, dude. Oh, that would be a slick combo. It should. The only problem is you have to move the end stop switch or redesign the end stop switch because it'll be in the way. Nice. They're supposed to send me one of their hot ends. I gotta hit them up again. Oh, I know. But what I'm saying is that the normal Ender 3, Ender 5 direct drive upgrade replaces this whole plate. And so this is here for some reason. The bracket is what's holding the end stop switch for some reason. And if we'd have to move that, you know, shift that out of the way or something so that you're, or unless they designed it into the new plate. But right now, I think the end stop switch would be in the way. Oh no no no! But what I'm saying is, even if I got rid of the bracket, the switch still needs to sit there, and that switch is in the way because that's where the stepper motor would be sitting. Even if you eliminated the plate, yeah, I think you'd either have to modify the direct drive design or you'd have to move the switch somehow. DDX is offset. There's enough room to fit. So the DDX wouldn't interfere with the switch. You could just put the switch under the holes that are in the plate. I'm guessing they added this plate to protect it so things won't snag the switch. That'd be my guess. I don't see an end stop switch on their pictures. Unless you're talking about this right here. So does anybody know what those little it looks like the lines look like Coast is enabled, but Coast is not enabled. How to get rid of those damn little gaps from Cura? Well, there's one problem. It's printing the infill first, and I don't like that. I thought I told it not to do that. I don't know why Cura does that. It's a stupid way to do it. Okay. Where'd it go? Why don't I see the setting? 8 millimeters. Well, like I said, those gaps are because of Cura. I know you can get rid of them. I just don't know how. Actually, my normal profile uses 10 millimeter retraction and it works great. I normally use like 5 millimeters of retraction, but I found this Cura profile, or not Cura, Simplified 3D profile from Creality, It has it set for 10 millimeters for some reason, but the print quality is amazing, so I'm leaving it alone. This came default to 8. I didn't set that. But those gaps are not caused by that. You run 5 or 6 on the belt, then I will change that. Now, where is that setting? I just added that setting. Why isn't it showing up? Overlap percentage and infill before walls. Yet they're not here. Where would infill before walls be? It's printing the infill first instead of printing the walls first. I want to stop it from doing that. I enabled the setting, but oh, here it is. No, that's the wall direction. It should be here under infill. See you later, TK. I'm trying to enable these settings. Infill before walls and infill overlap percentage. For some reason, those are not showing up. Holy. What's that? Anybody know what that was? It did not advance the belt when it finished. Don't use what? You told me don't use that and didn't tell me what it is. It also retracted all my filament. I shouldn't have done that. Yes, I did. It came with a space of 300. I changed it to 20. How do you turn it off? This here, distance between... This here, distance between copies. Set it to 0. What the fuck did you do that for? 0. Yeah, the printer definitely was not happy about that. Yeah, so why isn't that setting showing up? I need that setting. Oh. Angry Pixies. So how do I get this to work in NAC? I turned it on. So settings, configure setting visibility. I do a search for infill. And here it is, infill overlap percentage. I have it checked. And infill before walls, I have it checked. But it's not showing up here. So I go down to infill, and as you can see, it's not here. What? I assume you mean density. What is density going to do, and where's that at? I already set infill density. Oh, because I have it set for 0. Now that's just stupid. If I tell it to show a goddamn setting, show the goddamn setting even if it's not used. That's just dumb. How long would it take for someone to figure that out? Okay. Because I turned off infill because this print is a vase mode print, it took away those settings. Exactly. You should just gray it out. Ugh. Overlap should be 25%. And then I take that off because I do not want it printing. I have no idea, JG. I heard a lot of people were being pretty nasty, and she's pretty blunt when people are nasty. So I don't know. I stay out of that kind of stuff. Oh, I know that. I know that. But I want that set so I don't forget to set it next time. See, it makes those settings go away when what it should do is just gray them out. Oh, now that's cool. I do like that option. Probably because it works and they don't want to put in the effort to update it. That's probably why. Let's see. Well, that's going to be 210. I'm going to set this for 100 and tell it to extrude at 0.6. Does that work the same way it does in Simplify 3D? Because after... And there it goes. It's starting the second one. Now there's something weird it did. After it finished printing the first one, it retracted, but it then didn't push again in order to do the next one. So that first line is all messed up. See you later, Colin. I got some shout outs to give. Hang on. KKP, $75 on PayPal. You are freaking awesome, dude. Martin Johansson, $10 on PayPal. Thank you for the greetings. And Autodrop, 15 bucks. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Oh, you're now DeWitt now, huh? I'm not going to let it print the second one because I want to switch to the new file. I just want to see it get going. And, you know, you can see it's obviously working. Yeah, part of the reason those eyes look so bad, part of the reason these eyes look so bad is because Cura was only using a 10% overlap, and it was printing the infill first. So what happens when you print infill in midair? Yeah, you get that. So now that I switched it to print infill perimeters first and a 25% overlap, that should go away. T3DP. Well, hopefully we can get an open source version of whatever changes they made to Cura. I kind of sort of do. I'm supposed to start at 10 Mountain Time, which would be noon Eastern Time. But today I got started an hour and 20 minutes late. And Idea Maker's going to have a belt option soon. I'm super excited for that. And this should just pull right off. Yep, came right off. And then looks like the 0.1 gap worked because the little support thing pops right off. Perimeters to print first. That's why I needed that setting to turn that off. I cannot ever fathom a reason for why you would ever want the infill to print first. That does not make sense to me. I don't see any reason to do that. Why it defaults to printing infill first? You see all the Cura prints online where you can see the crosshatch patterns on the outside of the print? That's because they're printing the infill first. I love the fact that it has confirmation screens for everything. I really like that. Yeah, that's why that comes apart. It's a dumb way of doing it. Okay, now let's get my fins going. I turned off the distance between copies. I have spiralize. Oh, cool. Yeah, I see what you mean with the that's the DDX. Thank you for the settings. I'll go through that later. Thank you for sending that. Now, let's see how this works. I don't like using check all because it's got so many god-awful settings that I just don't want to see 4 million settings on my screen. So I do the settings visibility thing where I, turn them on and off. Is there any way to stop Cura from adding that BS to the beginning of the file name of the file? It adds 4504 PLA to the beginning of my file names, which is really annoying. If you're going to add crap to my... Ooh, what's this? I heard that's what they're working on to enable you to loop from the firmware. So I can on here tell it make 10 or something like that. Which would be awesome, by the way. Let's see how this works. Correct. Because it's just copy pasting the G code, right? But if they did it in firmware, it'd be like doing basic, 99 print finish, 100 go to 10, and it would go back and just do it all over again. Nice. Alrighty, settings. Extruder, profile. There is no general options for settings. Preferences, configure Cura. Okay. Opening and closing. Add machine prefix to job. Thank you. Go away. Nice. Thank you. Oh, cool. They've already got it working? They've got the repeat thing working in the firmware already? Shit. Maybe we'll flash the firmware now. Where's my downloads? Okay. So I should be able to... I don't want this. Definitely don't want that. Fuck it. I'll just plug it into the... I can't. I'm using all my USB ports. No, I can plug it into the hub. Hopefully this doesn't piss off the cameras. Hey, it didn't print the disc. Why didn't it print the disc? .2 millimeters. What do you mean? It's one layer thick. You're right. It's not printing it. My layer height is 0.2 millimeters. How do I get it to print? Well, yes, it does work that way in every other slicer. So it doesn't work that way in Cura. Okay, so that's the width. We're talking about layer height. It's a 10 millimeter disc, 0.2 millimeters tall. Oh, okay. So maybe if I make it a little bit thicker? .4. Oh, because we're printing at 45 degrees. All right, I made it 0.4 thick and it's still not printing. Check print thin walls. Okay. Settings. Thin. Print thin walls. Because it's not actually one layer. It's printing at an angle, so the single layer disc is actually made up of probably, well, 10 millimeters, 50 layers. Okay, so it's treating it as a three-dimensional object. It's saying it can't make the roundabout. Okay, so yeah, it's treating it. And now it makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. Where is shell? Here it is. Okay. Print thin walls isn't here. Why isn't print thin walls here? I did add it, and I'm looking under shell. It's not here. So it's just not here. Could it have something to do with this? Nope, it doesn't have to do with spiralize. Hello, Andreas. Let me double check. Wall thickness, wall line count. I hate when it does that. It's not showing up there. It says it's, I checked that. I know I checked that. Little bastard. That's annoying. And now it's printing the disc. Okay. So I should be able to take the disc back to 0.2. I'll leave it at 0.4. It's not going to hurt nothing. It should be fine. All it is to give that first layer a chance to hold down. But it's sticking even without it. But because it didn't have that first layer down, you can see the first few cuts are pretty bad. But now when I do it again, it'll be fine. Hopefully. Let's crank it up to 150%. Yeah, because it wasn't attached. What the hell is that? Why is it printing it like that? Ew. Wow, it's I guess it's because of the 45-degree thing. So we're bumping into weird calculation things. That's a little better. Even when I make it thicker, it still has this weirdness right here. And I'm not sure why it's doing that. Probably because it's switching between doing this and doing this. Oh. Probably because it's switching between doing this and doing this vase print here. Because there's an overlap between them. I bet you I can make that better. Let's go back to the 0.44 since that worked fine. And then we want to move. Let's move it out a little bit. I bet you that will take care of that little weirdness there. Yep, that did it. So that was the problem. Hopefully that's enough of an attachment to hold that tip down. But that also means I don't need this to be that big. Scale. I can make it this big. And that'll be fine. Move. Just a little tiny bit of overlap. I think it's because it was switching to vase mode. So I had gone up enough layers. Now see, now it's doing that weird crosshatch thing again. I don't think that was the problem. I think it was because it was already in vase mode, and so it was trying to create a continuous extrusion already, besides making it a bottom layer. So actually there's a way to test that. If I increase my number of bottom layers to like 30. Let's see. Merge mesh overlap. Well, I'm at 30, so that should work. Union overlapping models checked. Yes, it is. Union overlapping volumes. What happens if I don't do that? No difference. Didn't have any effect. It's $1,000 printer, and it'll cost me $200 to ship it. No. Yeah, the spiralize is probably just doing something weird. That looks okay, though. I don't know why it has that gap there, but that's all right. Throw $400 in a great machine. Either way, that should be enough to make sure it actually does that. And to make sure the cooling fan turns on by the time it gets there. I know. Let's stop it. Because I want to try this new one. I turned off that file thing and it's still adding that file thing. I probably have to restart to get it to stop doing that. Excuse me. Delete. Okay. That fin looks good, though. Looks damn good. Let me show you this. I'm restarting it now. That's a real clean print, though. I don't see any problem with that. Wonder what all those spots are. I think it's debris it's picking up off the print bed. Printing a rocket is going to be tricky because a rocket has fins. So you have your rocket and then you have a fin sticking out. Well, the problem is one of those fins is going to be on the bed and that won't work. So I could print a body tube maybe, but I can't really print a one-piece rocket. Not easily. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. But I'll definitely... Now, if I use a fin that has substance... no, I'm talking... Oh, no. Of course I could do pieces. Like, this is... What you're seeing right here is the fin to a rocket. The question is, can I figure out a way of doing the whole rocket, you know, minus the nose cone, of course, as a continuous extrusion, so I can make a big one. I don't know. That'd be interesting. You see, most of the time, I don't do the whole rocket. It's in the bin over there. I print, you know, just the fin can and the nose cone, and then the body tube is paper. There's no reason to print a body tube out of plastic. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, insufficient cooling at the bottom layers. I got to work on that. So it looks like I have to turn on cooling right from the get-go and maybe lower the temperature. It's better than the first one, though. Yeah, that's true. But I got ideas for how to do that, though. If I have enough of the fins touching the bed so it's rigid enough, I can print the body tube in midair. I'll have to work up a design that I think might work. And what do you mean rotate it? Like, how do you mean? What do you mean rotate it? But then you're limited to this tall. No, yeah. Of course, I can do a split rocket. But my objective is, can I do it as one piece? Meaning, don't split it in half. That's the challenge. That'd be the split it in half makes it easy. But I want to do it in one piece without a split, just because I think that'd be cool as shit. No, without support. No. It's not a challenge if you have support. The whole point is no support. So that's the challenge. Can you do it without support? I think I can. I think I can do a specific type of rocket that might work. The fins would have to be a particular shape and a particular size, because otherwise the model would end up too floppy. But I think it is doable. Maybe. Exactly, a polygon rocket instead of a round rocket. And where one of the fins is also a polygon, so you have a good mating surface to the print bed. In theory, the problem is you want a multi-point attachment to the bed, and that's a little tricky to do. I think it's doable. I do that. I have that's what this is. This is the MRS fin, and this has a particular. I mean, let me get it. I'll show it to you. I think you get a kick out of this. Move it somewhere else. Did I do something else with that bin can? I don't think so. I had to have put it in the bin. All right, I misplaced the part, so I don't know where it's at right now. This is a bad print, but yeah, so this is the fin can, and the fin can has a slot, and then the fin itself has a matching piece, and they just slide in together like that. So these are all vase mode printed, and they just slide together like that. So this is what I call the MRS, the modular rocket system. It's like the SD's E2X, except this is optimized for 3D printing. And then your paper tube sits on top of here. But yeah, that's it. And you put them in backwards if you want. So if you want forward swept fins, you can do different shapes. But yeah, that versus a one-piece fin can. Now, the way I would do a one-piece fin can is I would try to design, so these fins would have a flat bottom that would sit on the bed, and then there would be another fin here. So you'd have a 3-point contact with the bed, and then you just air print the tube. That might work. Yes, I saw the 2-piece swords. I'm actually working on a way to do a 1-piece sword on one of these printers. I think I figured out how to do a one-piece sword that'll actually look halfway decent, but you won't have to glue anything together. It'll just be one long sword, just that's it, just one piece. Oh, this is so flexible. You can flex this almost all the way sideways, and it'll just pop right out if you go too far. Because this whole thing, this is broken because this is a bad print. This whole thing flexes so much that the fin actually pops right out. I did. I already printed these in TPU. That's what I was trying to look for to show you. I don't know what I did with them. Did I put them in here? Yes, I did. Here we go. Got them. Here it is. So there's a complete fin can, and these are printed in TPU. Even the fin can is printed in TPU. So there you go. And then they're even cross compatible. So here's a TPU one in the PLA fin body. And then when you put the motor retainer on, it holds everything in place. So the whole idea is you can assemble the rocket, but fin alignment is perfect every time. If you break a fin, you just print a new one and pop it in. Oh, this is indestructible. You're never going to break this. Look at this. The fins, I mean, I can crush these fins and do whatever I want to them, and they're just not going to care. This one has infill, so it's actually really strong. And if you bend it too far, it just pops out. So even if you were to hit this sideways, like that, the fin just pops out and nothing happens to it. And you can slide the fin right back in again. Because this whole thing is all TPU. It's freaking awesome. These are usable. This is more than stiff enough for flight. For the motors that this is going to use. Now, if you're going to use a higher power motor, I would use the one with the infill. No, they're not going to bend in flight. These have enough rigidity that they will hold up aerodynamically at the speeds this rocket is going to fly at. Now, I wouldn't want to put like a 29mm G motor in here. I would use the one that has infill, because that one's much, much stiffer. But for anything, not tested yet, I just made these. But I've done rubber fins before. I know they work. But yeah, I'll definitely be flying this. And then you put the paper tube up the middle. This way, none of the parts have to experience the heat. But yeah, this is my MRS. And this is all vase mode printed. No, because there's a paper tube that goes back here. And then there's a threaded part that glues to the paper tube. And then you have a cap that you put on to hold the engine in. Well, that cap covers this section here, so it can't slide out, even if they're loose. I have, well, the can never touches the rocket burn. That's why you put a paper tube up the middle. So you can fly this hundreds of times, and it won't have any effect. That's why I designed these to accept a paper motor mount tube and a paper tube here. So the heat is only hitting the paper parts. The heat is never hitting the plastic parts. So yeah, this here will allow me to crank these fins out, just, hundreds of them. Which will be awesome. Yeah, I spent a long time working on designing this. I got 100 hours tweaking and adapting, all in Tinkercad, to adjust these fins so that they fit perfectly, and it's all vase mode printable. The magic is the vase mode printing, because that means a user can print this at home, and even if their printer is poorly adjusted and not quite built right, most of those printers can still do vase mode prints. As long as that beginning, oh God, I wish I had the time to get to that kind of advanced stuff. That thrust vector control he does is just, it makes me drool. I got to meet him. He was at Darkon. Last January, he was at Darkon. Last February. And I got to meet him. He was awesome. He is a freaking genius. He is such a smart guy, it's ridiculous. I'm no dummy, but he's smart on a whole nother level. So, and you could do, I got ones with 3 fins, 4 fins, 5 fins, 6 fins, 8 fins, 10 fins. I think my highest is 12. Why? Because I can. That's why. Why not? Because it's fun. But yeah, this is great as a demo rocket that you're going to hand to kids and stuff like that to let them, you know, manhandle it, because you can't hurt this. You know, it's all TPU. You can't murder this. Though the TPU is definitely heavier. Although the hollow ones aren't that bad. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely heavier than this. 2 times, 2.5 times the weight. Yeah, I'd say 200 to 250% heavier than the PLA one. You know, the TPU is just heavier. I can. That's the reason I got into 3D printing, was to make my own centering rings and nose cones. Yeah, the TPU ones will last forever. They'll just, you know, unless you get them too hot, they're just never going to wear out. You can smash it and crash it, and you can look how hard you can crash this thing to the point where it bends the fin in half, and it just doesn't care. It's awesome. That fin is looking good, except for that bottom there, and that's just a cooling issue. You know, maybe I actually got to start off at 200 degrees. Maybe I don't need to start at 210. You know, start off at 200, start off with the fans going right from the get-go. But you can see it's only a tiny bit that's messed up. It's only that little tiny bit there that's messed up. I could also redesign the fin to make that area a little more substantial. Multi-layer won't work the way you think it does. Because you have one... Okay, this printer technically has 3 axes. You know, you have X, Y, and Z, but they're not discrete. You have the Y-axis and the Z-axis intermingling. See, Z, Y. Now we're doing Y-axis. All right? We're still doing Y-axis. Or whatever it is. Now we're doing Z. Now we're doing Y again. You see? Every time it touches the bed, it's intermingling 2 of the axes together. And that's going to make multi-process, like Simplify 3D does, very difficult. That's why one thing I would love to see is, and maybe we can modify this to do it. No, we can't. No, it has to be 45 degrees. What? Unless there are people who have to go into the school building? Why would... Yeah, I'm saying, teachers are in the school? And only the students are at home? So if the teachers can't get to the school, then, you know, the same snow conditions apply. But otherwise, that makes no sense whatsoever. So if there are teachers who are going to school, then that would make sense that you would cancel for a snow day. Now, I know Cura has the ability to do occlusion blocks. You can add objects to create the effect of a multi-process type setup, but you'd have to be really careful doing that, because you have that multi-axis intermingling with this printer because you're printing at 45 degrees. So it's not as straightforward as it normally is. I don't know. I don't see why they shouldn't be. But the problem is your layers cover 2 axes since it's 45 degrees. It should be. Unless they have a contractual limitation that forces some of them to be at the school building, I don't know. I don't see any reason why, unless they just want to give the kids a break. That could be a thing too. Let the kids go enjoy the snow. Although I doubt they'd think of that, you know. Hey, some black filament just popped out of there. Yeah, black mark on the nozzle, on the middle of the fin there. Hi, kitty. Don't you dare walk through that printer. I will kick your ass. No. Actually, I think they test printed with white. But that black mark came from somewhere. I think the first little bit of ooze that came out was white. I'm not 100% sure. And now it's starting to print this part here. It's starting to print this shape here. See the profile I have there? That's how I get the rockets to join together. So it's now starting to print that. I doubt it, not at this temperature. Maybe they this printer was clearly put together and tuned by somebody. So maybe they did multiple prints and this is just a little bit of leftover black that was in there. There's no question that they had already assembled this. I'm surprised how quiet it is. They actually did a good job on the fans. I wonder if they're ball bearing fans or if they're bushing fans. No, they're still too noisy for ball bearing fans. So they're probably bushing fans. I guess I just hit the fan lottery and got some nice fans. What's that? Oh, okay. I can replace those fans easy. And if that's a mean wall power supply, I can replace that fan too. What's missing? Let's see. Why is there a piece missing in the front by the disc? What do you mean a piece missing? Are you talking about that little indent right there? Is that what you're talking about? That's not a missing, that's a warp. That's heat warp. It was too hot. So you know how you get the edge of a model that'll warp up? Well, that's a warp. Before it was not enough layer time and not enough cooling, so that part of the plastic got hot and melty. So I got to increase cooling and lower the temperature, maybe modify the shape of that section of the model a tiny bit. We'll see. I could easily put a what do you call that when you have the little upturned wing tip? I could put a tip cap on there. Well, I still don't think Cura or Prusa Slicer are better than Simplified 3D. Not even close. I would take Simplified 3D over either one. Yes, it is airfoiled. I would take Simplified 3D over Cura or Prusa Slicer without hesitation. Do Cura and Prusa Slicer have more goodies in them? Yes. But the print quality speaks volumes. I can open up Simplify 3D, click a few buttons, and I know exactly what kind of print quality I'm going to get every single time. For me, the advantage of Simplify 3D is in its reliability and consistency. That's why I want to try Idea Maker. I've had a lot of people tell me that. So I want to give Idea Maker a try. Especially now that they're going to add belt support. Yay! Oh, no doubt. I'll probably learn it eventually well enough. But I also know exactly how to do a lot of the weird things I like to do in Simplify 3D. And so I'll probably end up using both. I'll definitely have to give it a try. I've heard a lot of good things about Idea Maker. I just haven't had time to learn a new slicer. Oh, that's right. I wanted to get this firmware off my phone so we can update the firmware on this thing. SD card. It should be under downloads. Nope, it's going to be under the prime memory. Downloads. And it's a bin file. Where is it? There it is, firmware. I haven't looked at them yet, but I did get the email. Hang on. Cheap filament links. Ooh. A kilogram of PETG for 14 bucks? Holy crap. That's not a bad deal. Oh, I know. That marble filament was great. Because I have my doubts as to whether we'll ever see version 5. Inland refills. That's not a great deal. That PETG is a great deal, though. Toughness enhanced? What does toughness enhanced mean? I like the Strong Hero stuff. Ooh, they got orange. And purple ABS, nice. So this one I can't add to my normal filament list. I have to add it to the exotic list. Where is it? ABS Petchy Nylon. There we go. So if you go to my Amazon page, you guys can see those deals. So if you go there, I am printing another one of these fins, but we're doing it on the belt printer. If you want new features and new infill types and stuff like that, you're going to have to use Cura Prusa Slicer. If you want reliable, consistent, you know exactly what you're going to get every time you click slice, you use Simplify 3D. You're going to get better results. Although I haven't tried Idea Maker. I still have to try Idea Maker. Basically, yes. I don't know. I do have an Amazon Canada link in the description. So if you click on my Amazon Canada link, that will work. Okay. This is something that needs to be explained. When it comes to getting how do you think the slicer gets made? The slicer gets made by people being paid to make it. Okay? There's taxes, there's rent, there's power, there's equipment, there's overhead. Simplify 3D is not open source. Cura and Prusa Slicer have an unfair advantage. I mean, life is not always fair. That's the way it is. But they have an advantage that Simplify 3D cannot have. Okay? Cura is free open source software. It's being updated by Ultimaker. Okay? So why doesn't Ultimaker charge for Cura? Well, first, they can't. It's open source software. Second, they make their money by selling Ultimakers. So they can afford to put free money into Cura because that's not how they make their money. They can't do that. It doesn't work that way. They can't. They literally can't update the software without charging something. They have to. The very idea that they thought they could do a lifetime subscription was boneheaded and stupid. That came from an era when 3D printers cost $3,000. Okay? Yeah, they can't do it. How do they give everybody, how do they put thousands of hours? Well, no, it is your fault if you don't understand. You know, choosing not to understand because you don't like the fact that you're not getting it for free, that is your fault. That is something you control, not them. It is. It's version 5. Okay? Most companies, they give you lifetime updates for the version you bought. So if you bought version 3, you get updates all through version 3 until a version 4 comes out. When version 4 comes out, you got to pay an update fee. Like, for example, that's how my thumbnail generator, HTML thumbnail generator software works. You know, I can get up to the latest version of whatever version I had. But if they make a major update, yes, they can do that. They could do that. And people would be in an uproar about it. You want to see how fast your software can be pirated? Try doing that. And, well, the problem is open source also has limitations. Cura sucks. Cura and Slick3R are garbage. They're junk. And it's because they're open source. The reason, now, that doesn't mean open source is bad, okay? The reason they're junk is because, well, they only become good if good people join the open source project to update and maintain them. And that's sometimes hard to do when you're not being paid. All right? Why do you think Cura and Slick3R, because Prusa Slicer is Slick3R, why do you think Cura and Slick3R are getting better now? Because somebody with money has put a vested interest into them. You have Prusa updating Slick3R, and you have Ultimaker updating Cura. So now you have a company that makes a No, they're not. They sucked until money got put behind them. Nobody would have thought of using Cura until Ultimaker started updating it. My guess is it'll be like a $50 upgrade fee, which I'll pay in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even hesitate. I think Simplify 3D is dead. I don't think we're going to get a version 5. I think the company's eventually going to go out of business. I don't see a viable way for Simplify 3D to compete with monsters like Ultimaker and Prusa. What do you want? You all right? I don't see a way for Simplify 3D, a company that only sells Simplify 3D, to survive in a market environment where you have two 3D printer monsters updating free software. Now, I'm not saying that that's wrong of Ultimaker to do that. I'm not saying that's wrong of Prusa to do that. It's open source software. They're taking advantage of open source software for their own benefit. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, their customer support is pretty bad. But I don't see a monetary path forward for Simplify 3D that works. I don't see a way for them to survive unless they get an angel backer, unless some angel in the industry decides to say, okay, we're going to support this, and we're going to provide you with financials to allow you to continue to operate. I don't see Simplify 3D surviving. It sucks because it's even now with an outdated version, it's still the best slicer there is, in my opinion. But I don't see a way for them to survive. I can't think of a way. I just, you know. Come here. You want some petting? You want some petting, baby? Now Idea Maker is interesting because that's closed source, isn't it? That's not open source. You see, Simplify 3D was in their heyday when their software was so much better than everybody else, and 3D printers were just exploding onto the market. But then Chinese 3D printers started to explode onto the market. And once the printers became as cheap as the buy price for their slicer, well, that kind of just murdered them. And then you combine that with their slow updates, where they just don't update it very often. Back then, they didn't need to. Now they need to. And then you combine that with their attitude. There's a few times where I've mentioned bugs to the people at Simplify 3D, and their reply made me want to punch them in the face. So, yeah, their customer relations are not very good. That started to change about a year and a half ago, right before 4.1.2 came out. You know, I started when I made some posts, and their replies were a lot more civilized. You know, like there was even one, I don't remember what the post was, but they even straight up says, yeah, you know, that's the way it's supposed to work, and we did that wrong. And you know, I was like, holy shit, they took the stick out of their ass. Yeah, well, that happens with a lot of software. One or more of the people at a company will get, you know, they'll get an erection, they'll get a hard-on for digital rights management because they think, you know, we're losing all this money to these pirates, not realizing that, well, pirates are going to pirate whether your software is free or not. And DRM only makes them pirate it more. Well, remember, the slicer outlives a $160 printer. Okay, the slicer is something you're going to use for years and for thousands of prints. So it's a bad comparison to compare a $150 software package with $160 printer, because I mean, how much do you pay for Photoshop? How much did your inkjet printer cost? Okay, you see what I mean? Yet people will still pay for Photoshop. You know, you're going to pay $700 for Photoshop to print on your $110 inkjet printer. That's even worse. The problem is 3D market got saturated with cheap printers. Their slicer began to stagnate. The availability of free slicers meant that people who were budget 3D print users were willing to live with the limitations of the free software rather than spend $150 on Simplify 3D. And then you combine that with all that being timed together, and Simplify 3D struggling financially, because I guarantee you they're struggling financially. There's no way in hell they're not struggling financially. When you put all that together, I think they're dead. I don't think they're going to survive. The question is, can the two personalities work? What Simplify 3D needs is a backer. The problem is they have a pretty what's the word for it? What's the word when a person has a when they have a rough personality that doesn't work with somebody else? When they have a harsh personality, what's the word for that? Abrasive, yes. The people at Simplify 3D have abrasive personalities. At least the ones I've interacted with have very abrasive personalities. And that makes it hard to find angel backers. Because if you're abrasive that way with your backer, well, they're not going to be your backer. I think the person at Simplify 3D wants to have total control. And if they can't let go of that total control, they're not going to survive, and it might be too late. It sucks, but you know, it might be too late. Yes, that's actually one of the reasons why Creality is becoming such a powerhouse in 3D printing. Yeah, there you go. One of the reasons Creality is becoming such a big powerhouse, in my opinion, is that they are letting go of that very holier than thou, we know best, do it our way mentality that is typical in Chinese business infrastructure. You see, in Chinese culture, yeah, I bet it did, Knack. I bet it did. It's very weird. Actually, Naomi helped me understand this to a point. In China, okay, China is not a communist country. China has a communist government, but it's not a communist country. It's very much a capitalist country with a communist government. And if you look into any Chinese news, you see there's a lot of times where those two rub horns and doesn't end well. You know, CEOs disappearing. Yes, you understand a part of it. I'll explain why you had a problem, and I'll explain how I might be able to help you fix your problem. It helped me interact with Creality. So, in Chinese culture, they have a mix of, this is not meant to be insulting to the Chinese system, so don't take it in an insulting way. They have a mix of the Indian caste system and the Japanese saving face system without the honor. That doesn't mean they're dishonorable. It's just honor is not the key focus here. In Japanese culture, saving face is all about honor and respect. So take saving face without the honor and respect. Okay? So the Chinese system is a mix of saving face and caste system. So a company does not take advice from its users because the users are an inferior caste. The users are supposed to simply take what the company gives them. That's their place. Okay? Now the saving face has to, remember these? Remember we had so much trouble with these little couplers? And Creality changed providers for their couplers. What was the reason Creality said they changed couplers? Well, the first company stopped making the couplers we needed, so we had to switch companies. That's a smokescreen bullshit. They changed the couplers because their users told them their couplers sucked and they needed to use these better couplers, and they switched couplers because they tested them and confirmed they were better. But they could not lose face and say, you were right, we were wrong. So they invented an excuse to change couplers without admitting that the reason they changed them was because they sucked. So that's part of the saving face and the caste system. I am not a Creality end user. I am a systems analyst engineer. I analyze systems and provide feedback on how to correct that system. Because I present myself as an engineer to Creality, that places my caste on an equal level to their caste. So they can accept my advice without losing face. So NAC 3D, when you interact with them, I don't know, maybe it's too late, I don't know, but you have to try to interact with them from an engineering level, as an engineer, not as a tester or end user. If you can establish that engineer level of identification with them, they will more readily accept the advice you give them because they will consider you to be an equal caste. If they think you're an end user, exactly, that's Naomi has to get across to them that you are a not just a subject matter expert, but an engineer, an official. You are an established entity for that kind of thing. Because if they think you're an end user, you're a lower caste, and they're going to be, they don't want to lose face, depending on, you know, how that works. It's very weird. It's a very weird system. And like, for example, like, oh, here another example of how their Eastern culture just backfired when they interacted with our culture. Everything in China, yeah, once they establish that you are an expert in that regard, once they establish that you're an equal entity to them, they'll much more readily take your advice. What's the matter, kitty? Who you hollering for? Where is Ender? I don't even know where he's at. It's very strange. Like when they tried, remember when they tried to pay off Tom Sandlatterer because they screwed up and they did something they weren't supposed to do, and they tried to send him money. Remember how badly that blew up? Okay, so a lot of people were thinking, you know, corruption, bribery. No, it's not the same thing. It's a form of bribery. It is a form of bribery, but it's not the same thing as, you know, Hewlett Packard sending me hush money because I had a bad review on their laptop. That's very different. In China, when one entity fucks up with another entity, one of the processes that they have established in their culture for saving face is, well, you pay the person for wasting their time. I fucked up, I wasted your time. That's a sin. And one of the ways we take care of that is a red envelope, and that red envelope's got money in it. And it's not a bribe. It's a payment for a mistake. They're saying we fucked up and we owe you for that mistake we fucked up. The problem is Western culture sees that as a completely different thing. Yeah, you know, In our culture, that's a no-no. You don't do that. In their culture, it's everyday practice. It's normal. And so when those two cultures mix and they don't mix properly, yeah, weird things happen. Like, why can't Creality get somebody for speaking? Oh, better than cutting off a finger. That reminds me. You guys are going to like this. Are you an enforcer? Does your mafia outfit have a problem with your customers not paying their debts? Do I have the solution for you? What we have here is the Fingermatic 2000. One of your customers doesn't do what they're supposed to do. One of your customers giving you a hard time, not paying their debts. Why isn't this working? Uh-oh. The fin's not wobbling, the camera's wobbling. There we go. Yeah. You just take that finger off. They'll stop arguing with you real quick. I can't believe how strong this thing is. I mean, just imagine your finger in there. No more finger. It would take a finger off. Like, I don't even want to pretend to put my finger in there because I'm afraid the damn thing might close. Oh, I keep my fingers far away from the inside of this thing. I will never put my finger in. Okay. Battery's out. It's discharged. Okay, that's about the closest you're going to get me to put my finger in there. Because this thing is nasty. Oh my God. Hot dog my ass. You don't need a hot dog. Let me find something stiff. This might be too stiff. Nah, it chops right through it. That's the handle to a hammer. And it chopped right through it like it's nothing. I don't got nothing else I want to chop up. Oh, I bet you it'll cut this. Oh! That's a solid hunk of wood. Yeah, let's put that away. Trust me, they'll pay their debts after 1 or 2 fingers. I got this off that review thing, and I was blown away by how powerful it was. But I have a lot of pinon trees, and they tend to spread out. And I actually have branches intruding in my driveway, so this is going to make short work of them. Oh, this is going to get a very good review. Might not be the kind of review they want, but it's going to be a good one. Yes, your minions will very much want this. I know, no safety feature. Oh my God. You stick your finger in there, it's gone. It's not even going to hurt. It's not even going to hurt. It's going to take your finger off so fast, you're going to look at it and go, what the fuck? Ow! That's what you're going to do. Oh my God, that thing is evil. Well, it does have a guard around the trigger, and your finger can't reach the blade from inside the guard. So, oh my God. What? Okay. Michelle, please don't curse. That fin is looking pretty good. Yeah, the fin's not wobbling at all. You're seeing the camera jiggle. You're seeing the camera jiggle. But oh my God, that thing's gonna be great. That's actually gonna be very useful for me. But man, I'm like My finger's hurting. I'm actually feeling like phantom like pains here thinking about it because, man, if your finger ever accidentally got inside that blade, it's gonna take it off so fast. You'll have no time to do anything. It's going to be like a hot knife through butter. It's just, yeah, I know. I don't know. Somebody suggested a lithophane, and I definitely think it's going to be something worth trying. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah. What's the matter, baby? Hmm? What's the matter? Yeah. But and also by printing it at 45 degrees, the entire fin is sealed. There's no open top, bottom, and there's no like on this fin here, you have layers here and you have layers here. That doesn't exist on this because it starts from a point and ends in a point. The whole thing is one sealed unit. That should actually make them stronger. And the 45 degrees should make this more flexible and stronger as well. No, I won't even pretend to put my finger in there. I'm too afraid. I mean, it would happen so. I'm telling you, it would not hurt. There would be a delay from when your finger went plop and blood started going pss, 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 and then you'd feel it because that's how fast it would be. It's man, that's scary. That's really freaking scary. Ooh, gives me shivers even thinking about it. Hi, kitty. I can't see the screen, kitty. Hi, baby. Want the mouse? Huh? What did you just smell? Uh-huh, uh-huh. Is that mesmerizing to you? Yes, it is. Want to come up and say hi to the camera? Oh, yeah, you got to move my camera, don't you? He's like, ooh, this is new. He sniffed something over here that overstimulated him. When cats overstimulate, yeah, something like that. When cats overstimulate, they'll sniff, 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 and then their mouth will go. And it's because they're a little bit more, and they might vomit. But at that point, he's just like his nose is overstimulated with the scent. No, never. Unless he annoys me, then I kick his butt. Yeah, he's such a good boy. Yes, he is. He's such a good boy. He's my baby. It minks. There we go. Now we're doing the next fin. Okay, there is a problem here. I don't know if you can see this, Knack 3D, but it just finished like 6 lines before it laid down any filament. So it retracted when it was finished this, but it didn't reset the retraction when it started the next print. So like it retracted 8 millimeters, but then it didn't reset and push another 8 millimeters when it started the second print. Now for this, that doesn't matter because that disc is irrelevant. But yeah, that's an issue that it should not be doing that. There should be a way to correct that. Oh, you're my Fingermatic 2000. Yeah, okay. So that's a slicer issue. So, yeah, I'll take your finger right off. That's a wooden brush. Not anymore. It's for cutting branches and stuff off a tree when you're pruning and trimming a tree. And, you know, heavy duty vines and stuff like that. You know, stuff that's hard to get through with a machete or something like that. Oh no, it didn't crush it. It sliced it. It crushed it in the beginning, of course, because that is wood. But yeah, it sliced right through that. Oh, that's what I use it for. I got pinon trees all over the place and the branches get out of control. That's actually going to come in very handy. You want to see a close-up, so let's give you some light. I don't know if I can focus that close or not. Okay. Let's see. Is there a quicker way to get to camera control? Right now I have to go to properties, then I have to go to configure video, and then I have to go to camera control. Focus. There we go. That's pretty clean right there. Oh, this will just pull right off. That just comes right off, no problem. So let me give you... That is really clean. Feels heavier. I think it actually is using more plastic. So does it fit in the slot? Yes, it does. Fits in the slot perfectly. So dimensional accuracy is good. I think this is the new belt. So. That's not going to work. Okay, hang on. Okay. Where's my mouse? There it is. I'm going to bring up pictures to show you guys. What is... Oh. You couldn't... Well, I guess if I got $600,000 after taxes, I would cut a finger off. Guess that'd be set for life. So that was the stepper slipping? Holy crap. Okay. That's actually not bad. So here you go. Here's a close-up view. Good point. Cold belt. Want to go over there? Want to go over here? Hmm? Hi, baby. Want to jump over to your bed? Come on. Okay, go that way. So here's a close-up of the fin. Not what I wanted to do. As you can see, those layers look pretty fine to me. And then here's another close-up. As you can see, those layers look great. Now, keep in mind, that's vase mode. So vase mode's pretty easy to get nice layers, but it does show kinematic alignment. You can see there's no deviation from layer to layer, which means the kinematics are nice and tight. So I have no complaints at all about that. That looks beautiful. Yeah, definitely. Well, as you can see, I cut through a wooden brush handle without a problem. So a hot dog would be no problem whatsoever. Maybe I'll even use it to chop up hot dogs, when I'm making like hot dogs with baked beans, you know. Even a frozen hot dog, no problem. No problem. Dot gog. That's good. I should be able to. How do I add my laptop display? What is that under? That is under laptop display. Add display? Yeah, display capture. Here we go. Add existing. Now let's do some editing. Transform. Nope. Probably add a filter. Filters. Add. Drop and pad. There we go. There you go. There's a close-up of the fin that we just printed. You've gone to a 0.8 without an issue? Because that's what I want to do. I want to run a 0.6. No, that's View. For my fast and dirty image viewing, I use View. View is great. No way. Not a thumb. What's the point of having 600K if you can't use your thumb? Nice. Hi. Why are you going after my pen? Leave it alone, or I'll kick your butt. Stop it. Get back. Don't use that as a stepping stone. Thank you, JG. I appreciate that. Remember, guys, if you use PayPal, I get 97%. If you use Google, I get 70%. Yeah, for sure. But that's just for cosmetics. The thumb won't work. That's it. I'm taking it away because you insist on going after it. Fuck you. My cat has a fetish for Q-tips. Weirdo. Yeah, you're a weirdo. Yeah, I know. Stop it. Because you're knocking everything over in the process. And now he's trying to get to the Q-tips in the box. Oh, you freaking weirdo. Let's see. What did I want to look up? What was I? Oh, yeah. Delete, delete, delete. Cat, if you knock stuff over, I'm going to kick your butt. Yeah, you don't like that, huh? See you later, Becca Dragus. Well, too late to go to the post office today. I wonder how big I can print this fin. That'd be kind of cool. My rockets have any number of fins you want. I have configurations designed for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, and 12 fins. That's the advantage of being able to use vase mode to make these. So I can just add however many number of fins I want. It's very cool. We printed a Marvin, which is not bad. I think the issues are Cura tuning issues. Well, you can't... I could theoretically maybe fit 13, I think. But I think 12 is the max. And then you run out of linear space. See how you have to have one of these for each fin? I can only fit 12 in a circle before they start touching. Oh, the fin breaks a lot easier at 45 degrees. See how easily I broke that? Oh, this one's a lot more durable. Unless that might be the plastic. That could be the plastic. Because this is a lot more durable. This does not break, see? I'm twisting the crap out of this. And it's not breaking. This broke in one shot. Yeah, this broke very easily. That could be the plastic. I'll have to try it with the purple plastic. This might be a semi-silk plastic, maybe? Because it is a little weird. It fluoresces oddly. So I'll have to test that. Interesting. Yeah, that comes right apart. I mean, that's just like, it's coming apart. That has to be the plastic. How wide is the belt? The belt is 9 inches or 23 But you can't, I don't think you can print the full width though. Oh, nice. I got to figure out if that's the plastic or if that's, yeah, look how clean the ends are. Really clean. That little tip on the end there. Yeah, it's a totally sealed unit. That's nice. But I think that's the plastic. Because this is coming apart like confetti. And the layers are clearly clean. Look at this. I'm delaminating it layer by layer. Like, look at that. I'm undoing the filament. Oh, you're going to like this. Where is this? There you go. I'm delaminating the filament. That's silk. That's a silk filament. Silks do that. Okay, so that has nothing to do with the printer. Well, I could fix the washing dishes part. It's called a pressure washer. Yeah. I could fix the pen thing too. We have pens that you can mount to your fingertip. Yes and no. Okay. Silk filaments are wonderful if used correctly. The problem with silk filaments is that the elastomers that they add to the filament to give it that shiny take away the sticky. So shiny, no sticky. The filament is actually stronger than regular PLA. If I take this strand of filament to break, it's actually stronger than PLA is. But the interlayer bonding is garbage. And the silks don't stick to each other well. Yes. The part, actually, that's contradictory. The part isn't brittle. It's just not bonded. The layers don't bond properly. Now, you can get around that. You can even get structural parts out of them if you use fatter layers. So when I print a silk print with my 1.2 millimeter nozzle, my 0.8 millimeter nozzle, it's still weaker than an equivalent print out of PLA. But because the layers are so much wider, the bonding is stronger because it's more surface area. It's like using Scotch tape is not very strong, but if you put enough Scotch tape on it, you can pick something up with it because you increase the surface area. Well, when you increase the surface area of a silk print, it becomes strong enough to be useful. But be aware, especially vase mode printing, silk prints or prints with elastomer modifications, because this doesn't look silk, but it looks silk printed. It's got a shininess to it. You can see it's just got very weak layer bonding. And the layers, you can actually pull them apart. See? I'm actually pulling the individual layers apart. I'm turning it back into a strand of filament. And I can peel this off and do this whole entire part. Look at that. I'm delaminating. I'm unstitching the 3D print. Turn it back into filament. Nope, not a humidity thing. It's the nature of silk. It's gorgeous. It's wonderful. It's worth it, but you need to be aware of those limitations. Because this had a matte finish, I didn't think this was a silk. But it's probably not a silk, but it's definitely a modified PLA. And whatever they did to modify it has the same effect as silk. Very poor interlayer bonding. So that has absolutely nothing to do with the printer. Although if I print hotter, that it's a little stronger. The hotter you print it. Silks like printing at 220, 230. So printing them hotter, and I got to make sure I take care of this because the cat will eat this. Like he will literally eat this. He has like a fetishistic obsession with this. Yeah, it's looking great. No, silk actually, yes, it can. Okay. Here's the thing with silk. It's, those elastomers also make it very stretchy. So if you were to see what I mean, to see if your filament has this issue, it's very easy to test this. When you print the filament, or when you extrude the filament out of the nozzle, take normal filament and extrude it. You know, hit the lever and push the filament in. You'll see a stream of filament just comes out of the nozzle. Now, do that with silk and just push like this much out. And what you'll see happen is the filament will go, it'll come out, and then it'll go, and it'll shorten, like it's shrinking in on itself. What's happening is the filament's a little more stretchy than normal filament. So it tries to contract to get as close as it can to a sphere. Now that can cause a problem when you're printing your first layer, because sometimes the filament can pull itself off the bed and curl up and ball up around the nozzle. So you got to make sure your nozzle's clean. You definitely want to print with a skirt, because you want to make sure you have nice clean extrusion and no blobs on the end of your nozzle when it switches from the skirt to the print. As long as you do that, you should be okay. Not nearly as bad as PET G, but it kind of sort of behaves like PET G. So if you've gotten good at tuning layered bed adhesion for PET G, you'll have no problem with silk. Most of the time, it's not an issue. On a surface like this, no problem. On a fake tack, build tack surface, no problem. On tape, no problem. You'll only have that problem with PEI, PEX, glass, stuff like that. So I don't even know. Yeah, this is a PLA plus. So whatever they added, and I should be printing this at a hotter temperature. Actually, let's test that. Tune, nozzle. Let's print at 230. And let's change the fan speed to 100%. Yeah, that would explain it. And make sure you're using the right hairspray. I used some cheap hairspray and it didn't work, so I finally got the Aquanet. No problem, Andres. Big shout out to T3DP because a lot of his testing and feedback made this printer possible. He designed one of these things from the ground up, pretty much. Do a search for the White Knight 3D printer. Yeah, that thing is sexy. Eventually, I'd like to get a White Knight, but I just can't afford that. That would be, what, 15% of my yearly income? Have I ever done pressure casting? No. I would like to get into metal forging, though. I'd like to get into, you know, casting aluminum and copper and brass. Oh, man. $5,000. The cheapest you can get into that with. The Lisa. That's so expensive. Yeah, I think my ZE steps are good, though, dude. That was perfect. That fin was an exact duplicate. Yeah, I'll pull that out and say, okay, I'll thumb war you. Oh, man. Screw that, dude. Imagine printing it in titanium. Oh. Could you imagine? Remember the guy? I'm still trying. If anybody knows how to get a hold of him, please let me know. It was a big heavyset dude at Murph. Not the last Murph, but the Murph before that. I think he was from GE, and he had samples that looked like a honeycomb hollow ball that said GE. And he gave out a couple of the samples there, but they were doing the titanium SLS. I still have the sample. It's in my kitty cat right there, and I'm pretty sure it was GE. But he told me to contact him later because I wanted to see if there was any way he can get me some custom parts made. You know, just because it was just such a cool process, and I wanted to get a couple of centering rings, nose cones, and fins made in their process using the SLS titanium process, and I have no way of getting hold of the guy. He didn't have a business card, and I never got back to him again. And if anybody knows how to get a hold of the guy, oh man, I would love to get in touch with him and try to do that. It'd be a good little promo video for them, and I'd have some cool content because I'd have some freaking, you know, titanium printed parts for my rockets. Heck yeah. Also check out the Hacksmith. He's done some pretty badass stuff too, including making a functional proto saber. Like, it actually works. And oh my god, he's working on the Caterpillar suit, the Caterpillar industrial machine from Aliens. Oh, it'd kill to have one of those. Oh. Poorly made bed, bad luck in manufacturing, and it has built-in stresses. It happens. I've been pushing Creality for a long time to make thicker PCB heat beds. You know, I'd like to see them move to 6mm. They have gone thicker. They're doing right around 4 now instead of 3, and it is helping. Fewer and fewer beds coming out of Creality have warps, but I keep trying to convince them to go to 6mm. That's just bad luck. You probably bad luck. You probably just got, you know, a bum part. Oh, and Dan Colbo, thank you for sticking around on my Patreon. I appreciate that. You didn't have to, so I appreciate that. Hey, my IQ's pretty high, buddy. Fat lot of good it does me, but it's up there. Maker Viking. I gotta say though, I'm impressed with how flawless getting this running was. I mean, the only thing I had to do was, you know, readjust the bed level to be a tiny bit lower. And I almost had it the first time. You know, it stuck down until it got to the Marvin part. And I'm impressed. I mean, look how skinny this part is, and it's just sticking down like it's no business. I mean, I've got work to do learning how to use Cura. But beyond that, I'm impressed. No belt drift issues so far. So, although I can see it pushing up on this end here. Yep. See, here's the problem when you have a flat, right here. Let's bring up the exposure a bit. Here's the problem you're going to run into. when this is flat and not self-centering, you can see I have a gap forming here. Hey, Make a Viking. You can see it's trying to push up here. See how it's pushing up against this? Eventually, that's going to start tearing this belt up. Well, the NEC 3D, the problem is this is not supposed to be flat. This needs to be curved. If this was a cigar shape, where it was thicker in the middle and thinner on the two ends, doesn't have to be much, just a tiny bit, you have to curve it. It's not that you can't curve it, you have to. That's the only way to make not that we're talking about a small enough bow that it shouldn't. With this much of a distance from here to here, it shouldn't. How did you test it? How much thickness did you add? Or did they make one with that on it and it caused a problem? Because it really shouldn't cause a bowing unless it was too much. But yeah, I have to adjust that. I have to start trimming that. And it stretched the belt on a metal belt? Wow. Oh, on your own printer, obviously. Huh. Interesting. Okay. So what this means here is that this side's too tight. Or this side's too loose. Because whichever side is tighter, the belt's going to go that way. Is that correct? Did I get that geometry right? So I have to tighten up this side just a tiny. Now, is that the screw I use to tighten it? How do you adjust the tension on each side of the belt? Yes, it is. There it is. I see it right there. So I should just be able to tighten this one up a tiny bit and just keep doing it tiny bit by tiny bit until that stops drifting. Now that, of course, is going to mess up the current print. If it hits the rail softly enough that it's not tearing up the belt, I call that a win. And it looks like there is a small bevel there. So if you get it close enough, that little tiny bevel should be enough to help push it back into the channel. See, if you look here, I'm assuming the way this is shaping here. What was that? Oh, I hit this. I'm assuming that there is a little bit of a bevel there. Is there, or is that just flat? Maybe there is no bevel. Maybe it's just flat. Well, then maybe what they should do is put a small bevel on the two sides. Outside of the print volume, but a small bevel on the two sides, so that if you get it close enough that when it touches the bevel, it tends to push back. That might work. "40 days, holy crap." It would just ride up, so better off not to do that. Okay. Maybe a channel. Maybe if they put a small groove, like a tiny, where instead of a bevel, an indent, so that this side, if it hits the indent, this side has less force. This side will have more force, and it should tend to pull back. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, he did it by curving. That's how they center belts, by curving it. I wonder if just having a little nub, like instead of curving the whole thing, have a little ridge right in the center. I wonder if that would give you that shift in force left to right to center. I don't know if that'll work or not. That might just drive it off the belt for all I know. So I'll keep working on tweaking that. Yeah, in the industry, they always use cigar-shaped rollers. That's how they keep the belt centered. That's industry standard as far as I know. Well, what I'm saying is you don't make the center higher. You make the outsides lower. So the center section is the correct size for the belt. Or you're saying it's still going to stretch. Huh. You know something? I bet you a lot of the roller systems are spring-loaded. And they don't have to be perfectly flat. So the springs take up the gap. And if they get a small bubble in the belt, it doesn't matter to them. But because we're 3D printing, we need this belt to be rigid and flat. And I bet you those two aspects conflict. Meaning, I bet you all the normal belts also bubble, center, and deform, and it just doesn't matter. Yeah, so their belts are probably doing it, and it just doesn't matter. Because you're still going to stretch the belt. And remember, it's not a matter of stopping the belt from touching the edge. That doesn't matter. We need to stop the belt from moving. Because if the belt moves, it's going to skew your print. So instead of your printing like this, your print's going to print like this. Because the belt's moving underneath it. So we need to adjust it so the belt doesn't move. Huh. Yeah, I bet you the industrial systems have the exact problems you're describing, and they're just irrelevant. But they're very relevant for these, for printers. Interesting. How the hell would you fix that? I don't know how you'd fix that. Well, you level, but you only level on a line instead of a plane. So, believe it or not, leveling one of these is easier than leveling a regular printer because you only have to level one line. You know, the X line that intersects with the bed because the belt itself is moving continuously. So, theoretically, bed leveling should actually be easier. Check out the picture. How? Where are you at? Oh, here it is. Oh, I see. You're splitting it in half. Yeah, that'll work. Although you're going to need support under those engine bells. No, you won't. No, you won't need support for those engine bells. Okay, dude. If that works, send me that G code. Yeah, send me that G code. Now, don't forget, you can't just print that twice. You got to print both halves. Because the two halves of the Saturn V are different, I think. Although, I bet you nobody would notice. Oh, that's cool. How long is that? If I get rid of the fins, I can make it even bigger. 1.8 meters tall. Nice. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Now, is there a lock nut for this? Like, does this lock in place, or can I just turn this? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I would think it's under enough tension that it's not going to go anywhere. I figured that's what those holes up top of there were for. I noticed a threaded hole there. Oh. Have they fixed the roller attachment so it's actually level with the belt yet? So that only attaches by 2 screws, or is like a hammer nut that goes in somewhere else or something? Okay, underneath here. Okay. They didn't send me that. So this vase mode print proves that the printer has phenomenal precision. There's no problem with precision whatsoever. So the only issue is tuning the slicer. Because if we had layer deviation issues, well, you would see that in a vase mode print as well. So just got to figure out how to, I got to learn how to use the slicer. To lift it up, yeah. Boy, now I'm going to have to slice that too. That looks like a pretty detailed model you had there too. Which one was that? Because if I'm going to do that, I want to do a high detail one. He does have it as all one piece. There it is. Woo, that's a lot of detail. Yeah, you got the same one from Farscape 1. Okay. Yeah, now I want to print that instead of a sword. See you later, Mattis 3D. I doubt it. He's probably a fan of Farscape. I love Farscape. That was such a good freaking show. Yeah, for sure. Usually they do, and usually if you ask them, they will. Few extra large icons. Mm-hmm. It's going to be the one that doesn't load. There it is. Yeah, that's annoying. This week is cold. It's basically right around freezing every day, and it's like, 10 to 15 degrees at night every night. So cold this week. Although in a few days, we're going to start getting some 40-degree days. Ah, that's too bad. Man, this camera is great. I love this camera. Yeah, because you get mesh overlaps. Well, hopefully more and more people will start making solid models now that we have resin printers become more popular. What's Chiana? Zev is from Lex, right? Well, that would be kind of cool. I don't know how they would continue that, but it'd be fun. Oh, is she the blue girl? Not the blue girl, the purple girl. Not the not the plant girl, the other one. No, red. She's like fiery red. Hang on, I know who you're talking about. I think I know who you're talking about. Hang on. No, okay, she's not the red one. I was thinking her, but you're talking about her. That's Chiana, right? What was her name? My favorite's her, though. I love that character. I forget her name, but I love that character. Are you not seeing what I'm doing? Oh, it's showing. Oh, I know why. Because that filter applies globally, and it's very annoying. Yeah, that filter is very annoying. There we go. Her. I like her. What the hell was her name? I forgot what her damn name was. Yeah, it was an oddball name like that. Zan. Zan's the name. Yep, you got it. Sean got it. Zan's the name. This is also what I like, how clean that tip comes out. Because it's fully closed. Yeah, she's the blue one. When you said Chiana, I thought you were talking about the red one. But then I realized, no, you're talking about the goth one. I've done 10-hour streams. Or close to it. This is one of the later times we've gone till. Yeah, 6 hours. That is a pretty long stream. Oh, did she? That's cool. Alrighty, guys. I gotta start getting dinner ready. It's 5:30. The creature in there is probably getting hungry. Farscape rocked. I love Farscape. It was one of the better done. Farscape and Andromeda. Both were great. Hey, Creality. You guys showed up. I gotta say, I'm impressed. Try to work with other vendors to see if we can get more slicers working with this. But beyond that, I'm impressed. It's not bad. Now I got to make myself that little extension because I want to print big stuff now. I doubt they're going to work with S3D. It'd be nice. Although, if we can figure out how to slice it in Simplify 3D, combine that with the Marlin firmware that allows you to do a repeat, and that could work. You're gonna have trouble with TPU on this just because of how long this Bowden tube is. But in theory, it should work. This is a restrained filament path, and it's a dual gear pusher. So it should work with TPU to some extent. I would start at 20 millimeters per second. You did Ninja Flex? There you go. Yeah, that's because the printer's touching it. The Core XY was touching the camera. Now I gotta slap me a 0.6 millimeter nozzle on this and start to really go to town with it. I want to slow that down. Well, there's one way to find out. I don't know. I don't have any new printers right now, but I'll probably still be playing with this. We'll have to see, what comes up. Yeah, I know. Damn it, that came out nice. That really came out nice. You can't put Wham Bam on this. That would, well, we couldn't live stream that because what's your slicer telling you how long that will take? This will be fragile. Like this part down here should be very fragile. Yeah. Now, let's see how good this is at 230. Still fragile, but it did take more force to break. But that has nothing to do with the printer. That has everything to do with this filament. It's a PLA Plus that appears to have the elastomers that silks use, and that's why it's that brittle. Not brittle, but there's no layer adhesion. You can see I can pull it right apart. Okay, that's not the printer. That has nothing to do with the printer, and everything to do with the filament. So I'll be changing over to the purple, which is the same that I printed the other one with, and we'll see how that works. Can you cook and live stream? I guess maybe. I guess there's technically no reason I can't. Yeah, I bet they do. I bet it takes a few minutes to slice. I'm going to give a guess and say 2 days. Assuming you made it hollow with no bottom layers. I'll have to check it out. Send me a link. Oh, I don't know French. Yeah, no bottom layers and no hollow. For a 0.4 nozzle, 3 perimeters. Actually, I'm going to stop this because I want to re-slice. Let's see. Stop. Stop. I don't want to print it if it has a bottom layer. I'll figure out how to print it without the bottom layer. Because I want to put the two halves together and make it fly. Which means I can't have anything in the center. Because I want to fly it. I can't fly it if it's got a freaking rib going down the middle. Hang on there. I guess you... Huh? Well, you tried joining two parts together without a seam when you have a bottom layer. You try that and let me know how it goes. Without using filler. So far, it's pretty damn impressive. It's working out of the box. I have had to do almost nothing to it. Not without filler, you're not. And then I have to cut all that material away? Ew. That'd be annoying. I mean, I guess you can make it work, but... hang on. I guess you can't save a project. Can I save a project? How do you save a project in Cura so I can load it up with all these settings? Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll print a small test. But your layer adhesion should be fine. I don't want to save. I want to save as. How do I name it? Okay, save. Okay, it did. It did bring it up. Okay. And it's still adding that damn prefix. Okay. No, it's a 3MF. Isn't a 3MF a model file? Or does that include all the settings? 10 days? So that 3MF file includes the profile and all the settings. So I can now go mess with these settings, and when I reopen that 3MF file, it'll have everything the way it should be. Okay. So let me try it here. All right, so the first thing I need to do is turn off spiralize. I need to delete these models. How do I reset the view? Like that. Okay. Let's drop this on here. Well, if it saves the profile information with the 3MF file, that's what I want. Okay. So I need to, is that the right way? Am I doing it the right way? Which way starts? I always get confused by this. You don't need 4 perimeters. 3 should be enough. Because remember, the 45 degrees is going to make it thicker too. So no infill. 0.2, 0.4. 1. Three. Okay. Now, how do I drop this into the bed? So I got to use these tools over here. Rotate. Can I enter a rotation value in I got it a year and a half ago at Murph. Nice. Yeah, to do that 1-to-1, you're going to need a lot of pieces. You can do strips, but it's going to be a lot of strips. How do can I rotate by a fixed number of degrees? No, can I translate? So the Z is 45.4234. Hopefully that's touching the bed. So 22.7117. Well, that didn't work. How do I drop the model halfway through the bed? See, in Simplified 3D, I would just drop it through the bed. How do I even know? How do I even get this to touch the bed? It's not touching the bed. Well, you said 1,780. So that'll get me the right size. But how do I put it on the bed? You can see it's not touching the bed. No, it's not on the fin tips. It's well off the fin tips. This is the Cura 3.6 Black Belt Edition. You can see the fins are completely off the bed. And I've already lowered it. How do you set Z to 0? Oh! That's okay, that's what I needed. Okay, never mind. Okay. I thought that was how tall it was on Z. Okay, I don't know how to use Cura. Okay, now I need to go to here. And I need to see it's 218 divided by 2, 109, 41195. 109, 4, and I copy. Then I come back to here and set this to negative that. It won't let me do that. $109, 41195. There. Now it's exactly in half. Now, do I have this in the right orientation? It's going to start printing at the tip here and move this way, or is this where it's going to start? So this is the correct orientation. So this is the end of the print. Because obviously I want it to print the nose first. Okay, so. Now here's the other problem. Can I do no bottom layers? Like, is it going to understand that I mean nothing touching the bed except the edges? Guess we're about to find out. Furthest point first. Good. Unable to slice. Nothing to slice because none of the model fit the build volume. The hell it doesn't. Oh, I got to limit this to 200. Okay. Because it's set to 200, not 220. Okay. And it kept that Z position correct. Yeah, because it's exactly half. Okay. Still says unable to slice. Please scale or rotate. Okay. How about we go significantly smaller? Okay, so now it's yellow, so I was outside of the range. So how high can I go? 180. That looks okay still. 190. Looks okay still. 195. Looks okay still. 7. Still okay. 8. So it looks like I can go to 199. Yeah, it is slicing it. But now I got to change the height. Scale. Z is 199, which means my position needs to be minus 99. What is that, 0.45? 99.5. All right, that should slice. Where do I get the version of the slicer that does the 220? Let me get this changed out too. Oh, I could change the settings? Okay. Yes, I need to update the firmware first, I know. I want to get rid of this green stuff since it's so brittle. Not brittle, bad layer adhesion. Does not adhere correctly. Hey, the UI is pretty responsive. Yes, I know. I'm gonna have to build one. Unless Creality wants to send one. Ooh, don't you dare. You are not allowed. Man, this stuff does not want to stay put. Very springy. And of course, just too long. Yeah, you know, you got a point. This would be something that'd be pretty easy to 3D print. A roller attack. There we go. Now you stay put. No, I'm looking good on this end. Okay. It's still slicing. It's at 25%. Why not? Why can't you print the cylinder design? I don't see a technical reason you can't. Do I just put the firmware on the SD card and that's it? Where? Hey, you're right. It is lagging a little bit. Wow. We are at 80%. It did something. Now, how do I know what firmware I have? Oh, it's all in Chinese. Language, English. I believe we did update something. How do I know if it updated? Set home offsets. Filament temperature. About. Says I'm running bugfix 2.0.x 2020-12-14. Well, that seems pretty new. Thank you, Poly Workshop. Yep, the slicing is done. 4 days, 20 hours, and 22 minutes. So that probably means 5.5 days, roughly. Layer view. Processing layers. Yeah, it says from bugfix 2.something.0.x and from December 14th. Yeah, I just switched to layer view. It's processing it now. How did I get there? Configuration. Nope. About printer. Yeah, Marlin bugfix 20x 2020-12-14 3D Printmill. I assume that's correct. I finished slicing it, but now I'm telling it to display the layer view, and that's taking a little while. It's at 40%. It says 4 days, 20 hours, but 4 days, 20 hours. So I'm actually going to say it's probably 6 days, since I believe that the slicer is off by. Yeah, I know. So it's probably going to be more like 6 days. With a 0.6 or 0.8 millimeter nozzle, I would probably take a chance at single wall doing this. Single wall might work. The biggest advantage of 0.8 is you could do a 0.4 millimeter layer height. Although I wouldn't do that on a Saturn V, I would leave it at 0.2. But the 0.4 layer height's where you're going to get your big speed boost. Yeah, this could definitely benefit from larger nozzles. There it is. Is it actually hollow? Yes, it is. Is it me, or does that look really thick? Oh, crap. There's a whole bunch of interior detail in here. Oh, wow. There's like the tanks and everything are in here. How do I... Is there a way in the slicer to merge everything? That's why it's taking so long. It's got a whole bunch of inner details. No, you don't understand. Okay, the rocket's just a skin, all right? Inside the rocket, there's other structures. You have the propellant tanks, the oxidizer tank, stuff like that. This has those modeled, so it's trying to print them. So this actually has all of those extra details modeled into it. I need to remove them. Now, in Simplify 3D, I would just tell it to merge, make it whole. I don't know how to do that in Cura, though. That's why it took so long to slice. This has an inner and outer skin. It has the oxidizer tanks, the propellant tanks. This has all, I'll show you. Yeah, you can see it, see? This is not artifacts. These are actual structures in the model. See? There's one tank, and there's the oxidizer tank. See, there's the second stage engines right there. See, that's the second stage. In Simplify 3D, this would be easy. I would just tell it to merge and make everything solid. But I don't know how to do that here. It would be under Mesh Fixes. Remove all holes. I might have to use a less detailed model in order to get rid of all the details I don't want. Well, like I said, if I were in Simplify 3D, this would be easy. Watch, I'll show you. Usually. Maybe this won't work. It depends on how complex this model is. So if we do a cross-section view, see? See how it's got all these extra details in here? This is your, I believe this is propellant and oxidizer for stage 1. Here's stage 2, propellant. Well, that's actually supposed to be 2 separate tanks, I think. But you got propellant and oxidizer for stage 2. Here's stage 3, stage 4, and stage 5. Oh, yeah. Now that I'm not slicing, would you say it was under settings, printer? How do I do that? How do I change the settings? Here's printers, 3D Printmill. I can export to STL, but that won't be the sliced STL. That'll be the original STL, so all the internal structure will still be intact. How do I change the settings? Configure Cura. Printers. 3D Printmill. Machine settings. Here we go. So I just changed the X to 220. Oh, yeah, it's on my screen there. So that's it. Just change that. Mm-hmm. Okay, close. Will it update the screen or? It's not going to update the screen? Or do I have to do something? Because it hasn't changed. Where'd you send the start and end code? How do I get it to update? I said it's 220. It did? Doesn't look like it. All right. And what percentage are you printing it at to maximize it? What was it, 1780? Oh yeah, it's still yellow. Okay. So the Z is 218. So I need to make it 109, 4119. Minus 109.4119. That's exactly in half. Okay. Yep, 219. Okay. So, I guess we can try and see if that remove all holes works. But I don't think so, because they're not holes. Actually, I better not do that while we're on stream, because it's going to kill the stream. All right. Where did you send the start and end scripts? Twitter? Okay. Alrighty. It is 6 o'clock. I'm going to scat. I gotta run out and grab another bag of pellets for the heater. And I am going to give this a shot. I want to see how big I can print one of those fins. I guess the first thing I should do is reprint those fins and make sure they're nice and strong. So that's what I'll do. Thank you very much, Knack, for the help. I appreciate it. Any advice or suggestions you have, please forward them along. I'm going to set up a profile later to match your profile, and I'll use that as a jumping off point. And go from there. This thing's awesome. I mean, so far my only complaints are minor, you know, wire guidance issues, and I really think they should go with direct drive on this thing. Just get rid of that gigantic Bowden tube. But it freaking works. Thank you very much to those who helped out. Don't forget, during your holiday shopping, check out my links in the description. Most of those links are my primary source of income. I earn commissions when you use them. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. And Patreon links down below, PayPal links down below. I appreciate every single one of you. I will see you guys next week. I know. And I appreciate it. This thing it's badass. It's just, I can't wait to print something that comes off the end. I don't need to hollow the model, Tristan. I need to fill the model. I need to fill in all the cavities in the model. See here? See? There's all kinds of details on the interior of this model. And the reason this print would take 5 days is because it's trying to print all those details. I don't need all those details. So I'll work on it. I will see you guys later. It's